Hello and welcome back. Whether you're joining us for the first time tonight or you've settled in with us many times before, I'm genuinely glad you're here. I'm Mr. Dantello, and this is where we explore the stranger corners of experience together. Stories meant to unsettle, to linger, to follow you into sleep. Tonight, we're venturing into something particularly unsettling, the psychological and mind-bending. These are stories where reality itself becomes unreliable, where the familiar starts to slip away in ways that can't quite be explained. They work on a different kind of dread, the slow, creeping realization that something fundamental is wrong. We have 4 stories for you tonight. First, we'll hear about the commute that takes me through yesterday's route. What happens when the journey home begins repeating itself in impossible ways? Then there's I keep finding my desk work, completed in someone else's handwriting. The quiet horror of discovering you're not alone in your own space. After that, the apartment's layout changes when I close my eyes, explores what happens when the walls around you stop making sense. And finally, my daily drive started leading to streets that were never built. A story about roads that shouldn't exist and the places they lead. If you're enjoying what we do here, please do like and subscribe. It means everything. Now, make yourself comfortable. Dim the lights if you haven't already. Get settled into bed or wherever feels right, and let yourself relax. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The commute that takes me through yesterday's route. The traffic light on Whitmore turns yellow a fraction of a second before I expect it to. I've driven this route for 3 years. Not just 3 years, every weekday for 3 years. The same 15 minutes from the office park on Meridian back to my house on Ashbury Lane. I know the timing. I know the rhythm. The light at Whitmore should stay green for another 2 seconds, should give me that easy pass through, should let me keep the momentum I've built since turning off the main boulevard. But today it doesn't. Today it's yellow, and it's early, and my foot finds the brake before my mind fully registers the shift. I stop. The car settles. The engine ticks quietly under the hood. It's late October, that particular dusk that comes too early, that makes 5:47 p.m. feel like it should be much darker than it is. The sky is still blue, a faded institutional blue, the color of old uniforms, but the shadows have already started their long stretch across the asphalt. I've learned not to hate this time of year. I've learned to accept it as part of the drive, part of the price of this commute. There's a particular quality to the light in October that makes the familiar look slightly rehearsed, like it's all been staged, and I'm the only one who knows it. The light ahead is still red. A car to my left is waiting as well, a dark sedan-shaped and unremarkable. Its driver is just a silhouette to me, backlit by the dashboard glow. I don't look at them directly. I've gotten good at not making eye contact with other drivers. It's easier that way. While I wait, I become aware of my hands. They're resting at the 10 and 2 positions on the wheel, exactly where they should be. The leather, or the leather-like material, is warm from the afternoon sun. I notice the little crack in the upholstery on the passenger seat, the one that's been there since late August. I notice the smell of the car, stale coffee, the faint chemical sweetness of the air freshener hanging from the mirror, something underneath that might be skin oil or dust, or the smell of time itself accumulating in an enclosed space. The light turns green. I ease forward through the intersection, and the sedan to my left does the same. We travel parallel for a moment, each in our lane, heading in what I assume are different directions. In the mirror, I watch it turn right onto Parkside. I continue straight, heading deeper into the neighborhood, where the streets get quieter and the houses start to space themselves further apart. This is the part of the drive I like best, the part where the commercial noise of the day falls away. Whitmore becomes Birch, and Birch narrows as it slopes downward toward the residential area. The streetlights begin to appear. They come on automatically now that dusk is settling, and I count them out of old habit. Not compulsively, not like I'm trying to track anything, just a thing I do. A passenger in your own mind, I suppose. 1, 2, 3. It takes me a moment to realize something isn't right. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would make me slam on the brakes or grip the wheel tighter. Just a small discrepancy. A note that's slightly flat in a familiar melody. The 4th street light. It's in the wrong place. I've driven this stretch of Birch 240 times, give or take, 5 days a week, 48 weeks a year, 3 years of weekday commutes. I've watched this street light in every season. In winter, it's cast a shadow on the stone gate that marks the entrance to the Riverside development. In spring, it's illuminated the new green on the oak tree beside the road. In summer, it's been a beacon in the humid dusk. In autumn, it's turned the falling leaves the color of old brass coins. But it's never been quite this far to the right. I slow slightly, not from fear, but from confusion. The kind of slowness that comes from not being sure what you're looking at. My mind reaches for explanations. They repaved the road last summer. Maybe they moved it then, and I simply didn't notice. Maybe I'm misremembering. Memory is unreliable. Everyone knows this. The brain doesn't record the world like a camera. It records what it thinks it saw, which is a very different thing. Still, the displacement bothers me. It's a small thing. But small things are all that's left once you've eliminated the large ones. Small things are what accumulate. I drive on. The houses on Birch are older, built in the 60s and 70s mostly, with that particular architectural language of that era. Nothing is quite symmetrical. Nothing is quite stable in appearance. They've been added to and renovated and partially updated, so they look like they're aging unevenly, like the passage of time has treated each of them differently. There are hedges. There are driveways that curve inward. There are garage doors that face the street with the blankness of closed eyes. I rarely see people on this stretch. That's one of the things I like about it. no pedestrians, no dog walkers, no one out tending to their garden or washing their car. It's as if the neighborhood prefers to keep itself private during these hours, to retreat behind the facades and let the machines keep their evening vigil. The radio, until now, has been playing something I wasn't really listening to, background noise, the kind of soft rock that fills the silence without demanding attention. But something shifts. The station crackles just slightly, just enough to notice, and then the song changes. It's a song I know, not a song I recognize from some distant past, not a nostalgia track from my childhood or college years. It's a song I heard on this drive last week, or maybe the week before. I remember the opening notes distinctly because I was sitting at the red light on Whitmore, the one that just sent me through 2 seconds earlier than expected, and I had the thought that the song had a melancholy quality that matched the color of the sky. But that's not the strange part. The strange part is that this song is old, very old. I'm sure of it. The production, the quality of the recording, the slight warping in the vocal track, it all points to something released decades ago, not recently re-released, not a cover. The original recording, as close as I can tell from the speaker quality of my car, made sometime in the early 2000s at the latest, maybe earlier. I reach down and adjust the radio dial, thinking I've tuned to some kind of oldies station by accident. But no, the station is locked in. It's the same station I listen to every day, the one that plays the current rotation, the new music, the songs that are supposedly contemporary. I've had it set to this station for 6 months. I know what they typically play. This shouldn't be in their library. I listen to the lyrics, trying to place the song more precisely. The vocalist is male, with a particular quality of weariness in his voice, like he's singing about something he's already accepted as lost. The instrumentation is sparse, guitar, drums, something that might be strings but might just be synthesizers approximating strings. It's the kind of production choice that places it somewhere in a specific era, though not one I can quite nail down. By the time the chorus comes around, I've given up trying to figure it out. It's a good song. That's all I can say for certain. It's a good song, and it's a song I've heard before on this drive, and it's also a song that, when I try to grab hold of the details and look them up in the filing system of my memory, feels like it exists in a space that's slightly out of reach. I turn onto Ashbury Lane. 3 more miles now. The houses here are slightly more spread out, with longer driveways and property lines that seem to extend further back from the road. The trees are denser here, too, which means the light is fading faster. The streetlights are more necessary. There are 6 of them on this stretch, one every 100 yards or so, and they're already glowing with that faint orange warmth. I check them as I pass. 1 in its correct position. 2 in its correct position. 3 is in its correct position. 4 is not. My hands tighten on the wheel just slightly, just enough to feel the leather under my palms, to feel the small texture of the grain. My heart rate hasn't changed. I'm not afraid. Not yet. What I am is confused in a way that feels almost physical, like I'm trying to force a key into a lock it doesn't quite fit. The fourth streetlight on Ashbury Lane is definitely not where it should be. I'm certain of this. I'm as certain as I am of anything, and I'm certain in the way that makes you doubt your certainty, because certainty about small, stupid details is a kind of mental weakness. It's the thing people fixate on when they're tired or stressed, or when their mind is starting to fray at the edges. I try to calm myself down. There are reasonable explanations. They could have moved streetlights on both roads in a coordinated effort, some kind of infrastructure maintenance program. The city does this sometimes. They optimize the lighting to reduce power consumption or to improve visibility or for reasons that have nothing to do with me. But it happened on the same route, the same direction. Both lights displaced in the same direction, which would be necessary if the intention was to what? To what would require moving streetlights in precisely calculated ways. I don't finish the thought. The song on the radio is still playing, the chorus is happening again, and the vocalist is still singing about loss or acceptance or something in between, and I suddenly want to turn it off. I reach for the dial, my right hand leaving the wheel for just a moment, and when my eyes come back to the road, there's a car parked on the shoulder. It's a sedan, dark-colored, unremarkable in almost every way, and it's parked on the right side of the road, facing the direction I'm driving. I would need to check the license plate to be certain, but something in the shape of it, the angle of it, the way the rear bumper catches the light of the street lamp nearby, it's the car from the intersection, the one that turned right on Parkside. I'm on Ashbury Lane now. Parkside doesn't intersect here. Parkside is 3 roads back, and it branches off in a completely different direction. There's no way for a car to turn right on Parkside and end up parked on the shoulder of Ashbury Lane facing east unless it had traveled back through the neighborhood and circled around. Unless it had planned this. The thought arrives fully formed, which is strange because I didn't choose to think it. My mind produced it without asking my permission. The way a body can produce a response to pain before the conscious part has a chance to understand what's happening. I slow down as I approach the parked car. My foot rests on the brake. I'm going very slowly now, maybe 15 miles per hour, which is slow enough that I can see details. The windows are dark. The doors are closed. The car looks empty, which should be reassuring but somehow isn't. There's a person standing behind it, or rather, I become aware that there is a person standing behind it as I reach the point on the road closest to the vehicle. They're tall, or the angle makes them look tall, standing in the gap between the car and the tree line behind it. Dark clothes. No details beyond that. No face I can make out in the dimming light and the distance. Just a vertical shape in the landscape. A presence where there shouldn't be a presence. A person where a moment ago there was only the shoulder and the trees. I watch them as I pass. They don't move. They don't wave. They don't acknowledge me at all. They simply stand there, watching the road, watching the traffic, watching my car as it slides past them with the radio still playing its old song about loss. By the time I've passed, I'm shaking. Not violently, not in a way anyone else would notice, but in that small internal way. My hands on the wheel are shaking. My breath is coming in slightly more than it should. I don't look in the mirror. I keep driving forward, away from the figure in the car and the impossible logistics of its appearance. The road opens up ahead of me. There's a long straightaway coming, and then the turn onto my street. 2 miles, maybe 2.5. I can make it. I can complete this drive the way I've completed it 240 times before. But something has changed. The familiar landscape has become a text I'm no longer sure I can read. The streetlights are wrong. The songs belong to another era. The cars are following me. The distance between where I am and where I need to be is suddenly uncertain. I drive on into the dimming orange light, and I try not to think about whether this is a new fear or an old one finally coming to the surface, finally demanding to be acknowledged. I try not to think about how well I know this road, and what it might mean if the road no longer knows me back. The straightaway should take 4 minutes. I know because I've timed it before, the way you time things when you've driven them 1,000 times and you're trying to convince yourself you're not thinking about something else. 4 minutes, maybe 4.5 if the traffic is bad. Tonight it's light. Almost no traffic at all. The road stretches ahead of me in that particular way roads do at this hour. Infinite and empty and somehow smaller than it should be, as if all the distance has been compressed into something I could traverse in a dream. The radio changes stations. Not by itself, not exactly. I don't remember reaching for the dial. But the song cuts off mid-phrase. The one about loss is gone, and I'm suddenly in the middle of a news broadcast, a man's voice, measured and professional, talking about something that happened in the state capitol. Construction delays, infrastructure, the usual municipal theater. I reach to change it back, but the voice continues, and I'm listening despite myself, and by the time I realize I've been listening for longer than I meant to, the broadcast has moved on to weather. And the weather sounds like the weather from 3 weeks ago. Unseasonable cold, frost warnings, the kind of thing they say in early October, not at the end of November. I switch it off entirely. The silence that follows is deeper than it should be. The car's engine is a low hum. My breathing, the settled friction of the tires on asphalt. Nothing else. The road is empty in both directions. No headlights ahead. No taillights behind. Just the white lines disappearing beneath me, vanishing into a point that never quite arrives. The exit for Riverside comes up on the right. I know this exit. I've taken it before. The few times I wanted to avoid the main route home, the few times I thought a change in scenery might reset something in my mind that had begun to feel stuck. The exit is there, the green sign announcing it, the curved ramp smooth and untroubled. But as I pass it, I notice something I've never noticed before, or perhaps something that was never there before. There's a car parked on the exit ramp. It's pulled off to the side, as if someone has stopped to check a map or make a phone call, as if this is a safe place to stop, which it isn't. Pulling off on an exit ramp at dusk is the kind of thing that only happens when something is wrong. Mechanical failure, medical emergency, a moment of profound disorientation. The car is a sedan, pale gray or silver, nondescript in the way that makes it impossible to guess its age or make. The windows are dark. I can't see inside. No one is visible in the driver's seat or standing beside the vehicle with a phone to their ear. It's just there, waiting for a reason to be there that I can't quite understand. I don't slow down. I don't want to draw attention. I'm not sure what I mean by that, what kind of attention I'm afraid of drawing, but the feeling is there, beneath my ribs. A small, cold weight that makes me grip the wheel more tightly and keep my eyes forward. The next part of the drive is less familiar, even though I've done it 240 times. There's a section where the road curves through a commercial area, office parks mostly, set back behind parking lots that are mostly empty at this hour. The buildings are glass and steel. The parking lots are lit by tall lamps that cast everything in a sickly amber. Usually this section feels neutral to me, a necessary stretch of nothing between the highway and home. Tonight it feels like a waiting room. I pass a dentist's office. The lights are off. The parking lot is empty. I pass a physical therapy clinic with the same empty lot, the same dark windows. I pass a accounting firm, a tax preparation service, the usual commercial ghosts, and then, as I'm coming out of the curve, I notice something in one of the parking lots that makes me lift my foot off the accelerator slightly. There's a car there that looks like mine. Not the same car, exactly, not my car, but the same model, the same color, positioned at an odd angle as if it had been parked hastily or dropped there from above. The parking lot is empty except for this vehicle. There are no lights on in the building it belongs to. There's no sign of human activity, just the car, gray like mine, sitting alone in the amber light, and the feeling that I should recognize it, that I should understand what it means to see another version of myself in a place I've driven past 240 times without incident. I don't slow down to look at it properly. I don't want to be seen looking at it. Instead, I keep my speed steady and my eyes mostly forward, and I let my peripheral vision gather what details it can. The car is a sedan. The license plate is obscured by the angle and the distance. There's nothing in the windows, no movement, no signs of life. By the time I've passed it, my hands are shaking again. The rest of the drive back into the residential areas is uneventful in a way that feels deliberate. The houses I pass are familiar. The blue Victorian with the white trim, the modern ranch with the tall windows, the colonial with the circular driveway. I've seen these houses so many times that they've become part of the landscape I move through rather than places where people live. But tonight, as I drive past them, I notice that several of the lights are off that are usually on. The colonial, usually lit from within by the gentle glow of evening lamps, is dark. The Victorian is dark. Only a few houses have lights on at all, and those lights seem dimmer than usual, as if the electricity running through them is somehow less insistent than it should be. I turn onto my street. This is the final leg. My house is 3 blocks down, on the left side, set back from the road by a small driveway and a lawn that needs mowing. I can see it from the corner if I lean forward. Tonight I don't lean forward. I just drive, keeping my speed steady, keeping my attention on the road. The first thing I notice is that my driveway is empty. This shouldn't trouble me. My driveway is empty most evenings. I park there every day, but that's the point. I'm the one who parks there, and I'm the one who's still driving home. Of course my driveway is empty. This logic should reassure me. Instead, it feels like a warning. The second thing I notice is that my front door is slightly ajar. I can see this from the street, a thin black line of opening in the middle of the white painted frame. Not wide open, not kicked in, just ajar as if someone pushed it gently and walked away before it could finish closing, as if it's been waiting for me. I don't pull into the driveway. Instead, I drive past the house, continuing down the street at the same steady speed, as if nothing is wrong, as if I haven't noticed, as if I'm just another car passing through another neighborhood on another evening when everything is exactly as it should be. But my foot is shaking on the accelerator, and I can feel something in my chest that might be panic beginning to crystallize into shape. And I can't quite remember when I decided it was safe to stop checking the mirrors. When I reach the end of the block, I slow down and turn around in the parking lot of the elementary school. The lot is empty. The school building is dark. I sit there for a moment with my hands on the wheel, staring back toward my house, trying to think of a logical explanation for a door that is ajar when I have locked every door in my house before leaving for work this morning. I am sure I locked every door. I am almost sure. I was in a hurry. There was traffic. There was a meeting that ran late. There was all of the usual morning chaos that makes the act of locking doors feel like something I did rather than something I remember doing. Maybe I didn't lock the door. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I've been forgetting for days. And this is simply the moment when that forgetting becomes visible. Or maybe the distance between my house and where I work is longer than I think. And in the space of that distance, something has changed. Someone has been inside my house. Someone has opened a door and left it open to mark the fact of their presence. Someone is waiting in a room that I've never failed to return to. I put the car in gear. I drive back down the street toward my house. The door is still ajar. The porch light is off. I pull into the driveway and cut the engine, and I sit in the silence of my own car in my own driveway, listening to the tick of the cooling engine and the sound of my own breathing, trying to decide if I should go inside or if I should drive away and not stop driving, until I find a place where the roads don't loop back on themselves and the houses have faces I don't recognize, and the doors are closed, sealed, certain. I can't decide. I sit there in the darkening evening, and I can't decide, and the door sits open, waiting for me to choose. I reach for my phone. My hands are steadier now that I have a task. something small and mechanical that requires thinking about numbers and the placement of fingers. I open the lock screen. 6:47 p.m. The time feels wrong somehow, too specific, too exact, as if it's the time that will matter later when someone asks me to account for what I did and when. I should call someone. A neighbor. The police. Someone whose voice isn't my own. Someone who can confirm that a door being ajar in the evening is either nothing at all or something that has a name and a reasonable response. But whose number would I dial? My neighbors are the kind of people I wave to, the kind I smile at from across driveways without ever learning their names. I know the number for my work, for my doctor, for a pizza place that closed 3 years ago but whose number is still in my phone, stubborn and dated. I don't know who to call. Instead, I get out of the car. The air is cooler now. That particular quality of early evening and late spring, when the day is still technically ongoing, but the light has started its slow retreat behind the houses and trees. The driveway is exactly as I remember it. The grass is exactly the height it was this morning. The mailbox still has today's letters in it. I can see them even from here. The corner of a white envelope caught between the slot and the red metal body. All of this is normal. All of this is right. My house is my house. But my door is still open. I walk toward it slowly. Not slowly out of caution, but slowly because my body seems to have developed a delay between intention and motion, as if I'm moving through something thicker than air. The porch creaks under my weight, it always does, 2 planks from the left that have warped slightly over the years. The sound is familiar, the sound is mine. I reach the door. The hinge is silent when I push it further open. I oil it every summer. I'm a person who oils door hinges. I'm a person who keeps a house maintained, who knows where things go, who locks doors before leaving for work. The door swings inward without protest. The inside of my house smells exactly like it always does. That specific smell that your own house has, the one you only notice when you've been away for a while or when you're trying to describe it to someone else. Dust and wood and the ghost of the coffee I made this morning. The smell of home, of ownership, of things being in their place. I step inside. The living room is dark. The sun is low enough now that it only comes through the windows at a sharp angle, leaving the interior of the house in shadow and amber. The furniture is where I left it. The television is dark. The lamp on the side table, the one with the cream linen shade that I've been meaning to replace for 6 months, is unlit. Everything is as it should be. Everything is exactly as I left it. I reach for the light switch. When I flip it, the overhead fixture comes on with its familiar gentle click and soft glow. The room is suddenly visible in detail. The couch with its 3 throw pillows, arranged in the way I arrange them every time I adjust them. The coffee table with the book I was reading 2 weeks ago. The corner of the page folded down to mark my place. The television remote on the armrest, exactly where I left it. Everything is absolutely precisely normal, but the door to the hallway is closed. I don't remember closing it. I'm certain I didn't close it. This morning, before work, I walked through this living room and down that hallway toward the kitchen and the garage beyond. The door was open. The doors in my house are always open. I like the flow of the space, the way light can move through rooms. I wouldn't close that door. There's no reason to close it. I walk over to the door. My hand is on the knob before I've made a conscious decision to move. The knob is cool, metallic, familiar. I turn it. The hallway beyond is completely black. This is impossible. The hallway has 3 windows, one at the far end near my bedroom, 2 others on the side wall. The sun hasn't set completely. There should be light. Even in shadow, there should be definition, the suggestion of shapes, the way you can navigate a dark hallway because your eye has adapted to darkness. But this hallway is not dark in the way hallways become dark. It's black. It's the black of a completely sealed space, a space from which all light has been removed. I reach into the hallway and to the left, where the light switch is. I feel the smooth plastic rectangle under my fingertips. I flip it up. Nothing happens. I flip it down. Up, down again. The switch is making contact. I can feel it, but no light comes on. I reach further into the hallway, trying to locate any bulb, any fixture, anything that might explain this. My arm extends into the black and meets the wall on the other side. A distance that should take 4 steps takes the length of my arm to span. I pull my hand back. For the first time since I arrived home, I feel something close to clarity. Not reassurance, not explanation, but clarity, the understanding that something fundamental has shifted, that the architecture of my own house has become something other than what I remember it being. The hallway is too short. The darkness is wrong. The door to my hallway should not be closed, and it should not open onto this. I step through the doorway. The darkness doesn't consume me. It's not the kind of darkness that makes you stumble or lose your sense of direction. It's the kind of darkness that you can see into, even though there's nothing to see. I can feel the walls on either side of me. The left wall is smooth, the right wall is rough, the same texture as the bathroom door frame that needs sanding. This is my hallway. I've walked this hallway 1,000 times. I know its dimensions, its sounds, the slight angle where the floorboards settle. But something in the quality of the space itself has changed. I can hear breathing. It's not my breathing. I'm holding mine, pressing my chest flat and still, waiting to understand what I'm hearing. It's too deep to be mine, and too steady. It comes from somewhere ahead of me, in the direction of the kitchen, in and out. Rhythmic, patient, the breathing of something that isn't hurried, that has no reason to hurry, that has simply been waiting here in the dark for the door to close behind me. I take a step backward toward the living room light. The doorway is gone. I reach behind me, my arm extended, searching for the threshold, for the light, for anything that marks the space where I entered. But there's only wall, smooth and cold and extending infinitely in both directions. The hallway has sealed itself. The space I was just in has disappeared. And ahead of me, in the darkness that I can somehow see into, even though there is nothing to see, the breathing continues. I take another step backward. The wall behind me is still there. I turn around, the hallway stretches in the direction I was walking, and it stretches in the direction I came. Both directions are equally black. Both directions are equally silent except for the breathing that continues with mechanical precision, in and out, waiting for me to move, waiting for me to decide, waiting for me to understand that this is not my hallway anymore. I don't know when the house started being someone else's house. I don't know if it happened while I was driving, if I took a wrong turn somewhere on the familiar route home and ended up in a place that only looks like home from the outside. I don't know if the door was open because someone was coming in or because someone was letting me come in. I don't know if I ever really left this morning, or if every commute I've made, every drive down every street, every arrival home to an empty driveway was just a loop I was completing, over and over, without noticing that I was coming back to the same place. The breathing stops. In the silence that follows, I realize I can hear my heart. It's beating very fast. It's beating in a way that suggests panic, but I don't feel panic. I feel something else, something like the moment before you remember something, the suspended space where forgetting is about to break open into understanding. I feel like I'm about to remember why I stopped driving home. I feel like I'm about to understand why my door was open. I take a step forward into the darkness, then another. The walls are still there on both sides of me, but they're getting closer. The hallway is narrowing, or I'm expanding, or the darkness itself is contracting, folding the space of my hallway into something smaller and more intimate. I can smell something now beneath the smell of home, something like ozone, like metal, like the moment right before a storm breaks. I take another step forward. My hand brushes something warm on the right side of the wall. I pull my hand back. It's still reaching for me. I can feel it, not quite touching, but present. The sense of something vast occupying the space where the wall should be. The sense that the hallway has never been a hallway at all, that it's always been the inside of something else. Something that wears the shape of my house like I wear my clothes, and I have finally walked far enough down the length of it to understand what it is that I'm inside. I don't run. I don't know why. I could run backward toward the living room, but the living room isn't there anymore. I could run forward toward the kitchen, but I'm not sure there is a kitchen ahead. I could run to either side and crash through walls that aren't walls. Instead, I stop moving. I stand in the center of the narrowing hallway, with the darkness extending in both directions and something vast and warm and breathing all around me, and I wait. The breathing starts again, but this time it sounds like my breathing. This time I can't tell where mine ends and the other's begins. We breathe together in the darkness of my hallway that isn't my hallway. We breathe together in the space that was my home. We breathe together, and I understand with the kind of certainty that requires no explanation that something is finally noticed, that I keep coming back, that I never actually leave. The morning comes the way mornings always do, which is to say, it arrives with no memory of the night before. I am in my bed. The sheets are cool. The sun is moving across the ceiling in that particular way it does in early October, filtered through the branches of the oak tree outside my window, and for a long moment I lie still and watch the shadows shift and resettle. My alarm will ring in 7 minutes. I know this without checking the time. I know because my body knows the rhythm of this morning, and the morning before it, and the morning before that. I know because some part of me has already lived this day. I get up. I shower. The water is hot and ordinary, and the steam rises up to obscure the bathroom mirror, and I stand there watching the blur of my own reflection appear and disappear through the condensation. I watch myself come into focus and then drift away again. It happens over and over, focus and fade, focus and fade. I do not wipe the mirror clear. The drive to work is the same route it always is. I turn on to Meridian Street. I pass the coffee shop where they always have the lights on too bright. I pass the elementary school with its brick walls and chain-link fence and the playground equipment sitting empty in the morning gray. I pass the stoplight at Elm where I always seem to catch red, and this morning is no exception. I sit and wait and watch a woman in a blue car turn left ahead of me, and I think about whether she's going where she means to go or whether she's going to some other version of left that only looks like the direction she intended. The light turns green. I drive forward. I drive to work the same way I drive home, and I work the way I always work, and I eat lunch the way I always eat lunch, sitting at my desk with the door half closed, and I do not think about the hallway. I do not think about the breathing that was and was not my own. I do not think about the feeling of something vast and warm occupying the space where the walls of my home should be, but I think about it anyway. It's there beneath everything I do today, a kind of pressure behind my sternum, like the feeling of words I'm not allowing myself to say. It's there in the way the afternoon light slants through the windows of the office. It's there in the humming of the fluorescent lights, which suddenly sounds very much like the sound of something breathing in the dark. I find myself holding very still, listening to the office around me, trying to determine if the breath I'm hearing is my own or if it belongs to something that has followed me here. We're in the shape of an ordinary workplace like it wore the shape of my home. By afternoon, I decide it's time to leave. I drive home on the same route I always drive home. I turn on to Meridian Street. I pass the coffee shop and the school and the stoplight at Elm. Everything is in its proper place. Everything is arranged the way it should be arranged. I drive with my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the road, and I do not allow myself to think about what might be waiting for me on the other side of the front door. The house is quiet when I enter. There is no presence here that I can detect. There is only the particular silence that belongs to an empty home. The silence of rooms that have been unoccupied for hours and have settled into their own specific shapes of quiet. The hallway looks normal. It looks exactly as it should look. It is the right length and the right width, and the walls are where walls belong, and there is nothing vast and warm breathing in the space between them. I walk down the hallway. I walk very slowly. Each step is deliberate and conscious. Each step is a choice I am making, and I am aware of making it. The walls stay where they are. The floor beneath my feet feels solid and real. The light from the living room window at the far end falls across the carpet in a clean, geometric shape. Nothing unusual, nothing strange. Nothing that would suggest that last night was anything other than a dream, a confusion, a moment of disorientation in the dark that my sleeping mind had constructed and then abandoned when morning came. But the air tastes like ozone. It's very faint. It's so subtle that I might not notice it at all if I weren't looking for it. But I am looking for it, and I find it, that metallic tang that comes before a storm, that pre-electric tingle that suggests something in the atmosphere has shifted. I stand in the middle of my hallway, in the ordinary light of the ordinary afternoon, and I taste the air, and I wait for something to shift. I wait for the walls to narrow. I wait for the breathing to begin again. I wait for the presence to make itself known. Nothing happens. The afternoon passes. Dinner is simple, pasta and sauce from a jar, a glass of water, an apple cut into quarters. I eat standing at the kitchen, #additional middle section, atmospheric expansion. The highway stretches ahead in that particular shade of gray that only exists at this hour. Not quite dawn, not quite still night. The streetlights have begun their fade, their sodium glow dimming like they're slowly suffocating. My fingers grip the wheel tighter than necessary. The leather is cold. It shouldn't be cold. I've been driving for 20 minutes. The dashboard clock reads 6:47, the same time it read when I left my apartment. I don't let myself think about that yet. Instead, I focus on the road, the markings, the white dashes that separate my lane from the empty lanes beside me. They're hypnotic if you let them be, a rhythm, a pulse. One dash, darkness, one dash. Darkness, over and over, feeding into my vision like the road is a living thing breathing in and out. The asphalt smells like rain that hasn't come yet, like the air is holding its breath before something heavy falls. My jaw aches. When did I start clenching my teeth? The landscape around me is ordinary. A 7-Eleven in the distance with its lights blazing against the dimness like a small, desperate sun. A closed auto shop with its rolling gate half down, looking like an eyelid that won't fully close. A billboard for a law firm I've passed 1,000 times, the attorney's face faded and weathered from months of sun exposure. These are the same landmarks. They're always in this same order. I know their order the way you know the layout of your childhood home, without thinking about it. But there's something different in how they sit in the landscape this morning. It's the silence. Not the absence of sound. Exactly, the world this early is never completely silent. There's the white noise of the highway beneath my tires. The whoosh of passing cars when they come. But underneath all of that, there's a kind of pressure. The air feels thick, compressed, like I'm driving through the pause between heartbeats, or the held breath before someone tells you something terrible. My shoulders are high and tight. I force them down. Breathe. This is just the commute. The familiar commute. The one I've done hundreds of times without incident. The buildings on either side of the road start to feel like they're leaning inward. I know this isn't true. I know buildings don't lean. But the perspective, the way the street lights catch the edges of the structures, the way the shadows pool beneath the eaves, creates an impression of attention, of watching. The windows of the closed shops are black and reflective, and when I glance at them, I see my car and their surfaces, a small, bright rectangle being swallowed by the darkness. My mouth is dry. There's an exit coming up. I know there is. I've memorized this route so thoroughly that I can see it before I see it, the green sign appearing through the murk, the curve of the off-ramp, the way the road bends slightly to the left. But I don't take the exit. I pass it, the same way I always pass it. This is the long stretch now, the part of the drive where the commercial buildings fall away and the landscape opens up into something more residential. Apartment complexes set back from the road, parking lots that are mostly empty. The occasional house with its porch light still on. One of those houses has its front door open. I don't remember that, not from any previous commute. The door is just open, hanging there like a mouth frozen mid-speech. The interior is dark. I can't see anything beyond the threshold, just an absence of light so complete it looks solid. The house itself is unremarkable. A 2-story colonial, cream-colored siding, black shutters. The kind of house that should be locked, should be sleeping, should be entirely ordinary. My hands feel numb on the steering wheel. I think about pulling over, checking my phone, calling someone to confirm what time it actually is. But something stops me. Not fear exactly, but a recognition that if I stop, if I interrupt the momentum of this drive, I might learn something I'm not ready to know. So I keep going. The car moves forward like it's being pulled by something I can't see. The speedometer sits steady at 45 miles per hour. I'm not pressing the accelerator. I'm not doing anything. The car is simply moving, carrying me through this stretched and unfamiliar version of a familiar road. The neighborhood deepens. More houses now. More lights on. More signs of people preparing for their own mornings. A car in a driveway with its trunk open. A figure visible in a distant window. A recycling bin tipped over on its side with bottles spilled across the curb. All of it should be comforting. All of it should feel like evidence of normalcy. Instead, it feels like a stage set. Like someone has carefully arranged these houses and these lights and these settled signs of life to convince me that everything is fine, that the world is operating as it should. The clock on my dashboard reads 6:47. My foot presses harder on the accelerator without me deciding to do it. The car responds, moving faster. The dash is on the road becoming a blur. The houses sliding past in a smeared sequence of lights and darkness. My breathing is changed. It's shallower now. Quicker. There's a metallic taste in my mouth. I need to get home. That's the thought that surfaces, clear and urgent. I need to get home, and I need to understand why my commute feels like it's leading me somewhere other than where I intend to go. Counter, the kitchen looks like a kitchen. The appliances hum with their familiar hums. The refrigerator makes its particular cycling sound. Everything is as it should be, and yet there's a quality to the normalcy that feels like performance, like the world is going through the motions of being a world while something underneath it all has changed. I go to bed early. I lie in the darkness and I do not close my eyes, and after a long time, an hour, maybe more, I become aware that I've been lying in the same position for so long that my body has begun to acclimate to the mattress. I have become part of the bed. The bed has become part of me. I could stay here forever, and it would make no difference. The morning would still come. The alarm would still ring. I would still get up and shower and dress and drive to work on the same route and come home on the same route and stand in the hallway and taste the air. I close my eyes. In the darkness, I can hear the house settling, the wood of the floorboards adjusting, the pipes in the walls moving and shifting as the temperature changes. The normal sounds of an ordinary home at night, the sounds that houses make when they are doing nothing but being houses. And beneath these sounds, so faint that I might be imagining it, so subtle that it could be anything, my own breathing, the wind outside, the hum of blood in my own ears, there is something else. There is a sound like waiting. There is a sound like patience. There is a sound like something learning the rhythm of my breathing so carefully, so exactly, so precisely, that eventually it will be impossible for me to tell the difference between the two of us at all. I do not open my eyes. I lie still and I let the sound wash over me, and I understand that whether I stay awake or whether I sleep makes no real difference anymore. Whether I notice or whether I don't, whether I pay attention or whether I drift away into dreams, the house is still here. The hallway is still here. The presence is still here. It has always been here. It will always be here. And I have always known this, which is why I can never quite bring myself to leave, which is why I keep coming back to the same route, the same commute, the same home, the same hallway where something vast and patient has been breathing and waiting for me to understand that there is nowhere else to go. The house settles around me like a held breath. And in the ordinary darkness, in the normal silence of the night, something that sounds exactly like my own heartbeat continues on, steady and endless, marking time in a space that belongs to something else entirely. Something that has learned the shape of me so well by now, that when I finally stop trying to distinguish between my breathing and its breathing, between my heartbeat and its heartbeat, between my life and the life it's been living inside the walls of this house all along, I'm no longer sure which of us will be left standing when morning comes again. Story 2. I keep finding my desk work completed in someone else's handwriting. The spreadsheet was almost finished. I'd been staring at it for 6 hours straight. The kind of spreadsheet that exists in the quiet space between being a real problem and being the only thing that matters. And my eyes had stopped focusing on the numbers themselves. Now I was just watching my fingers move across the keys, watching the cells fill with data I'd memorized 3 hours ago. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. The office was empty in that specific way that only happens when you're the last person on a floor. Not the absence of people, the presence of their absence. Their desk still held the small weight of their days, a coffee mug from last week, a plant someone had forgotten to take home, a framed photo turned face down. Everything suspended, everything waiting to be reclaimed in the morning. The fluorescent lights hummed above me. I'd stopped noticing it around hour 3. Now, in the tail end of my shift, the sound had become almost comforting. The hum was proof that something was still alive in here besides me. My name is Morgan. I'm a data analyst for a firm whose name doesn't matter much anymore. I do the kind of work that looks simple until you're inside it. You realize it's actually very simple, and that's the problem. You're extracting patterns from enormous data sets. You're looking for the story inside the numbers. Most of the time, there's no story. There's just accuracy. There's just the correct answer delivered on time. I'd been working late for about 2 months straight. Not every night, but most of them. We'd taken on a new account, financial data for a retail chain, hundreds of stores, tens of thousands of daily transactions. The volume was absurd. The timeline was absurd. I'd stopped mentioning it to anyone because the complaints had started to feel pathetic. This was the job. This was what I'd signed up for. The 14th floor at night feels like a different building than the one you work in during the day. I've always thought that, even before what happened. The light is too white and too flat. The windows become mirrors instead of views. You look out and see yourself reflected back, pale and fluorescent, and behind your own face there's only darkness. Complete darkness. We were high enough that the city lights didn't reach us. When I'd first started staying late, I'd find myself staring at that reflection more than I'd stare at my screen. I'd learned not to do that anymore. The spreadsheet in front of me was a transaction reconciliation. 4 different data sources, all supposedly tracking the same sales data, all coming up with slightly different totals. My job was to find the discrepancy, to show which source was wrong or if they were all wrong in different ways, to make the data honest. I'd been at it since 5:30 p.m., and I was down to the last column, just the last column. My apartment was empty when I left it that morning. No one was waiting for me there. No one was calling to ask when I'd be home. I'd gotten into a rhythm of staying late, of letting the evening blur into night, and the drive back to the apartment had become something I did on autopilot, present in body only. I'd take the elevator down around midnight or 1 in the morning. I'd walk to my car. I'd drive home on empty streets. I'd let myself in and go directly to bed. Some nights I'd remember if I'd eaten. Most nights I wouldn't bother to check. That Tuesday, I wanted to finish the spreadsheet. I could have left it incomplete. That was always an option. The work would be there tomorrow. But there's something about a spreadsheet with 1 column left empty. It's like looking at a wall with 1 unpainted square. It's like looking at a sentence with the last word missing. So I kept going. The reconciliation was complex because the data sources weren't structured the same way. One had timestamps, one didn't. One broke transactions down by department, one by location. I'd spent the afternoon building pivot tables and conversion functions, and now I was down to the manual work, the part where you look at 2 numbers and try to understand why they're different. row by row, cell by cell. The office around me was completely still. The hum of the lights was the only sound. No footsteps, no voices from other cubicles, no movement at all except my hands and the soft clicking of the keyboard. I'd become so used to this that silence felt like the correct state for the world. I was in row 347 when something made me stop. Not something I heard, something I felt. The kind of attention you feel when someone is looking at you. I looked up from the screen and turned around in my chair. The office was empty. Gray cubicles stretched away into darkness. The corridors between them were vacant. The conference rooms were dark. I sat there for a moment, listening to the hum. Then I turned back to the spreadsheet. Row 347. I entered the data, moved to 348. Probably something in the building settling. Old buildings do that at night. They shift. They creak. They remember all the days they've held. I'd been working at this firm for 5 years. The office was newer than that, maybe 8 years old, but it still had the kind of settling quality that all offices have. The slightly depressing permanence of a space that's been occupied by the same kinds of people doing the same kinds of work every single day. We're not special places. We're just places. Spaces that hold people for 8 hours and then release them back into their lives. By 11:52 p.m., I was on row 389. By midnight, I was on row 412. There were 500 rows total. I thought about leaving it. I thought about saving the file and just walking away and letting someone else find where the data broke. But the strange thing about unfinished work is that it lives in your mind even when you're not looking at it. It's there. It's waiting, and the closer you get to the end, the more it pulls at you. So I didn't leave. I finished row 450 at 12:23 a.m. At 12:45, I was staring at row 487. The numbers were starting to blur a little. My eyes were tired. My back hurt from sitting. I could feel the strain in my shoulders, that tight knot that builds after hours of hunching forward. The last few rows, just the last few rows, row 498, row 499, row 500. I finished at 1:04 a.m. The cell in the bottom right corner filled with data. I pressed enter. The spreadsheet was complete. The reconciliation was done. 4 sources of data now aligned. The discrepancy found. The story revealed. I sat back in my chair and felt the moment of relief that comes with completion. It was small but real. It was the reason I'd stayed. It was why I'd sat here for more than 7 hours staring at a screen. Because the alternative, leaving it unfinished, was worse than the exhaustion. I saved the file. The timestamp recorded 1:04 a.m. on Wednesday. I closed the spreadsheet. Then I closed my laptop and started gathering my things. My jacket was draped over the back of my chair. My bag was on the floor beside the desk. I moved through these small actions slowly, the way you do when you're tired. Muscle memory. The body knowing what to do even when the mind is checked out. I walked toward the elevator bank. My footsteps sounded strange on the office carpet, too loud. The floor was silent enough that I was hyper-aware of my own presence. My shoes, my breathing, the soft rustling of my jacket as I moved. The elevator took forever to arrive. I watched the numbers above the doors. 13, 11, 8. The building was moving through its own nighttime. Other people leaving. Other people staying late in other ways. When the doors opened, The elevator was empty. I got in. I pressed the button for the lobby. The doors closed, and the building slid downward beneath me. I didn't think about the spreadsheet again until the next morning. I came into the office at 8:47 a.m., which was late for me. I'd overslept. My usual routine is to arrive by 8:15 at the latest, get my coffee, check my email before the rest of the office filled up. But that morning I'd woken up groggy and slow, and by the time I'd gotten ready and driven across the city, most of my colleagues were already at their desks. The office was populated and alive. The cubicles were occupied. There were voices. The coffee in the break room smelled fresh. Everything was normal. I got to my desk and turned on my computer. While it was loading, I glanced at the printed copy of the spreadsheet I'd left on the corner of my desk. I'd printed it before I left last night. A habit, something tangible to hand off in the morning. It was there in its manila folder, right where I'd placed it. I opened the file on my computer just to verify that the data had saved correctly. The spreadsheet opened. For a moment, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. The data was there. The reconciliation was complete. All 500 rows were filled. The columns aligned. The numbers were correct. But the spreadsheet wasn't in my usual format anymore. When I work, I keep my entries clean. Simple columns. One font. I use Arial 10-point with basic borders. It's functional. It's clear. It's what you'd expect from a data analyst who has no interest in making things pretty. This spreadsheet was different. Someone had gone through and corrected the formatting. The columns were now perfectly aligned. The rows that had been slightly off, where I'd made small transcription errors, were corrected. The numbers I'd estimated were now exact. The data that had been messy was now clean. And the handwriting. Oh, the handwriting. I'd printed the numbers last night, but I'd done it in a digital font. Arial, plain, but here on the screen, in the spreadsheet I'd opened, in the very cells I'd filled in myself, the entries were now in a different style. The numbers slanted slightly. They were written in a handwriting style instead of a typeface, like someone had gone into each cell and handwritten the numbers themselves. My hands felt cold. I scrolled through the spreadsheet slowly. Every single entry that I'd made was now in this different style. This other handwriting, precise, deliberate, the slant consistent throughout. The stroke weight even. It looked like someone had sat at this computer and rewritten my entire spreadsheet by hand, entry by entry, cell by cell. All 500 rows. But that was impossible. You can't handwrite entries into a digital spreadsheet. That's not how computers work. You type. You enter data. You press Tab or Enter to move to the next cell. You don't handwrite. I stared at the screen. The office hummed around me with the normal sounds of morning. People talking. Keyboards clicking. The coffee machine in the break room beeping. All the small sounds of work beginning. None of it mattered very much. I looked at the printed copy in the manila folder, the one I'd printed at 1:04 and before I left the office. The numbers on that printout were in my handwriting. I could see my own hand in every digit, the slight pressure variations, the way my sevens slant, the little tail I put on my ones even when I'm writing numbers. But the file on my screen was different. I made the file printable and sent it to the printer in the corner of the office. It hummed and clicked and produced pages. I walked over and collected them, still in disbelief. The printout was in standard Arial font, 10-point, the way I'd saved it. The handwriting effect was gone. The formatting was normalized. It was the spreadsheet as it should be, but not as it had appeared on my screen. I walked back to my desk feeling like I'd imagined something, like I'd been tired and seen something that wasn't there. That was possible. That was the most reasonable explanation. Exhaustion, the brain making patterns, the eye seeing things. I should have left it at that. I should have accepted it as a trick of fatigue and moved on. Instead, I saved a screenshot. The screenshot stayed on my desktop. I didn't delete it. I didn't examine it obsessively either. I was too aware of how that would look, even to myself. Instead, I moved through the day performing the motions of my job, emails, meetings, that conference call where I kept the camera off because I looked hollow. By late afternoon, I'd almost convinced myself the whole thing was absurd. A glitch. A tired mind. The kind of thing that doesn't happen because computers don't work that way. They're logical. They follow rules. They don't rewrite your data and then pretend they didn't. The next morning I came in at 7:15 a.m. The office was empty except for the security guard making his rounds downstairs. I liked coming in early. It was quiet and I could think. My desk was exactly as I'd left it. Monitor dark. Keyboard angled just slightly. The manila folder still there. I opened my email first. Just the usual overnight accumulation. Then my files. The spreadsheet was there, unchanged from yesterday. Arial font. Clean, normal, I scrolled through a few pages and felt something in my chest relax a little. Then I opened a different file, a report I'd been working on. A customer analysis that was due Friday. I'd completed the initial data entry but hadn't touched it since Monday. I was planning to fill in the summary analysis that day. The summary was complete, not sketched, not in rough form. The entire analysis section was written out. 4 pages of careful, methodical breakdown. Historical trends, projected outcomes, risk assessment. Everything was there, formatted perfectly, integrated seamlessly with the data I'd already compiled. The voice wasn't wrong. Exactly, it was accurate. It was the kind of analysis I would write. It reflected the right conclusions about the data. It was competent work, but I hadn't written it. I scrolled through it slowly, reading every line. Somewhere around the 3rd page, I found a phrase I'd never use. Demonstrable acuity in market positioning. I would have said clear strength or solid advantage. Not demonstrable acuity. That was someone else's word choice. Someone else's precision. The cursor in the document was blinking at the end, after the final period, as if waiting for what came next. I closed the file without saving any changes. For the next 3 hours, I worked through my other open documents. One by one, I checked them. Most were as I'd left them. But three separate files had been worked on. Additions, revisions, complete sections I hadn't written. Each one was perfect. Each one was wrong. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? Someone had broken into my computer during the night? It had to be someone with my password. Or they'd have to have physical access to my machine. Either explanation made me sound paranoid or careless. The logical answer was malware. Ransomware, maybe, or some kind of AI-generated completion tool that had somehow installed itself on my system. I spent an hour running virus scans. Everything came back clean. By noon, I was trying not to think about it. I was moderately successful. But that night, sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop, I decided to test something. I opened a new document, a blank Word file. I titled it Test. I wrote one paragraph, deliberately incomplete, trailing off mid-sentence. It was about a memory I had of driving home from college, the way the highway looked at dusk. Then I closed the laptop. I didn't open it again until the next morning at work. The document was still there, still titled Test. The paragraph I'd written was unchanged. But below it, there were 3 more paragraphs. The narrative continued from exactly where I'd left off. The same memory, the same voice, completed with details I remembered but hadn't written, the specific exit number, the song that had been playing, the way the light looked on the guardrail. Someone knew my memories. Or I was writing this myself and something in my mind had fractured, and I was finding it later and pretending I didn't remember. That was possible. That was still the most reasonable thing. I sat at my desk and reread that paragraph. My handwriting, my memories, the conclusions I would draw from them, but not my intention. Over the next week, it accelerated. Every document I touched began to show signs of completion. Work I'd mapped out but not started would be finished by the next morning. Reports I'd planned would be written. Even notes, quick scratch documents where I jotted down ideas, were expanded into something more coherent, more thorough, more finished. It was all good work. That was the worst part. I couldn't pretend it was sabotage or malicious. It was helpful. Efficient, it was doing exactly what needed to be done. My manager noticed. She pulled me aside on Wednesday during a coffee run to the break room. I wanted to say, "Your productivity this week has been remarkable," she said. She was looking at me curiously, the way you look at someone who's done something unexpected. Whatever you're doing, it's working. The Morrison report alone would have taken you 2 days. And the client analysis, that was thorough. I didn't know what to say. I said thank you. I said I'd been motivated. Both things were technically true. That night I tried something different. I opened a new document on my work computer, typed a single sentence, and then watched it. I set up my phone to record the monitor and left it running, then I left the office. I sat in my car in the parking garage. I watched the time on my phone, 2:47 a.m. At 3:15 a.m. I went back inside. The document was untouched. The single sentence was still there. The cursor was at the end of the line, blinking slowly. Whoever or whatever was doing this, it didn't happen when I was there. The next day, I started arriving earlier. 6 a.m., 5:30 a.m., even 5 a.m. I'd sit at my desk with a coffee I'd brought from home, and I'd wait. Nothing happened. The files stayed exactly as they were until I started working on them. But the moment I began my day, the moment I opened my calendar or checked my email or pulled up my first document, it was like something shifted, something settled in nearby, something patient and quiet that knew exactly what I was trying to do. By Friday afternoon, I was looking at the timestamp of my most recent spreadsheet entry. I'd added 3 rows before lunch. Simple data entry, numbers and dates. Nothing complicated. I'd left to get lunch, returned at 1 p.m., and found the rest of the column filled in. 40 more rows. The numbers continued a pattern I'd been following, perfectly calculated, perfectly consistent, in Arial font. And I could have done that work in maybe 20 minutes if I'd sat down and focused. But I hadn't done it. I looked around the office. At Blake, who was on a call. At Morgan, working on something at their desk with their headphones on. At the empty chairs where people had already left early. Whoever was filling in my work, it wasn't any of them. It couldn't be. The access required was too specific. The knowledge was too perfect. Unless it wasn't someone. Unless it was me. I went home that day and lay in bed for 4 hours staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out if I was slowly losing my mind, or if something worse was happening. Something that meant the person I was, the person I'd always been, was no longer the only one using my hands to work. I stopped going to the office on Monday. I told my manager I was working from home. I told her it was a scheduling thing, a preference, nothing urgent. She seemed fine with it. I think she would have been fine with anything at that point. My work was still impeccable, still arriving on time, still better than what she'd probably expected. I set up my workspace at the kitchen table, my laptop, my notebooks, a fresh cup of coffee that I kept reheating. I told myself it would be different at home. Safer, like there was any amount of distance that mattered when the thing doing this could apparently move through my own hands. The first document I opened was a client proposal. It needed revisions. I made notes in the margin, things to change, sections to expand, areas that felt thin. I typed out the first revision. 3 paragraphs of new language. Clear, professional. When I read it back, I felt that familiar sense of something being wrong, even though the words were good. I closed the laptop. I made lunch. I watched something on my phone. I tried very hard not to think about what would happen when I opened the file again. At 3 p.m., I opened it. The 3 paragraphs I'd written were still there, but below them there were 6 more, new sections entirely. Ideas I'd circled but hadn't developed, they were developed now. Polished, the language was tighter than mine had been, more confident, structured in a way that made the weak parts of my own writing look uncertain by comparison. And the handwriting, the syntax, the rhythm, the specific way certain words were chosen, I recognized it now. It was me. It was absolutely me. The same patterns I'd always used, just perfected, refined, like someone had taken everything I knew how to do and smoothed away all the hesitation. I closed the laptop again. My hands were shaking. I didn't open it for the rest of the day. But the work still got done. I know because I opened the file the next morning and there were client feedback annotations added to the proposal. Thoughtful, specific feedback that anticipated exactly what the client would ask about, responses typed directly into their comment section. I didn't write those. I know I didn't. I was asleep when they appeared. I remember lying awake most of the night listening to the sound of my own breathing, terrified of the moment I'd hear the keyboard start moving without me. But the keyboard never made a sound. By Wednesday, I'd stopped checking the timestamps. It didn't matter. The work was appearing. The reports were finishing themselves. My inbox was clearing with the kind of relentless efficiency that made my actual job feel increasingly pointless. My manager called me that afternoon. I wanted to check in, she said. The Morrison account, they're very happy with the latest analysis. They asked if you'd be willing to take on the quarterly deep dive. It's more responsibility, but the pay adjustment would reflect that. I was supposed to feel something, relief, pride, some kind of validation that my work was valued. Instead, I felt like I was watching someone else's career progress in time lapse. That's great, I said. Thank you. You sound tired, she said. I'm fine. Just focused on deliverables. After we hung up, I realized the thing doing this would now have more work to do, more documents to perfect, more hours or whatever it experienced as hours to shape my career into something that looked like success from the outside, while I sat at a kitchen table feeling like a passenger in my own life. That's when I first became aware of the other documents. I was scrolling through my file directory, looking for something I'd started and forgotten, when I found a folder I didn't remember creating. It was labeled with today's date. Inside were 7 documents, all Word files, all with my naming conventions. I opened the first one. It was a letter. A formal letter of resignation addressed to my manager dated 10 days from now. It was written in my voice. Professional, gracious, the kind of letter someone writes when they've decided to move on to something better. The reasons given were vague but convincing: family matters, a change in priorities, new opportunities elsewhere. I didn't write it. I've never written it. I have no intention of writing it. I opened the second document. It was an email draft to Blake, asking if they'd like to grab drinks sometime. Casual, friendly, the kind of email I might send if I actually felt like reaching out to someone I barely knew. The third was a job application for a company I've never heard of, a position I have no qualifications for. My resume already attached and already edited to highlight experience I don't remember having. The 4th, 5th, and 6th were blank. The 7th was just my name, repeated over and over, single-spaced, filling the entire page. My name, my name, my name, like something learning to write, or rehearsing an identity until it felt real. I deleted the folder, or I tried to. The delete function didn't work. I right-clicked, nothing happened. I selected all the files and pressed delete again. They stayed in the folder, patient and untouched, waiting for me to understand what they meant. I called in sick on Thursday. I told work I had food poisoning, something minor. I'd be back Monday. My manager said, "Take the time you need." I heard something in her voice, maybe concern, maybe something else. Maybe she already knew what was happening. The way you can sometimes sense when something's off in a person, even across a phone line. I didn't leave my apartment that day. I sat on my couch and tried not to think about the laptop. But I could feel it in the other room, the way you can feel someone watching you when you're alone. Potential, presence, the sense that it was waiting for me to not be paying attention. At 11 p.m., I opened it one more time. There was a new email in my drafts folder. It was addressed to me. The subject line was blank. The message was a single line. We're getting better at this. No signature. No name. Just that sentence, sitting in my drafts folder like it had been written by me about myself. Like I was the audience of my own slow dissolution. I closed the laptop without responding. I didn't know if responding would make it worse or if there was any meaningful difference between worse and whatever was already happening. I tried to sleep. I lay in bed and listened to my apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of neighbors, the particular silence that comes at midnight in a city. And underneath all of it, so quiet I might have imagined it, the sound of fingers on a keyboard. Not urgent, not panicked, just patient, methodical, the sound of someone something continuing work that had no deadline, no finish line, no point at which it would ever need to stop. Because the work was me, and it would always have access to what I knew, what I could do, what I was capable of becoming when someone else was pulling the strings. In the morning, I found a new document on my desktop. It was a personal journal entry, written in first person, written as me. It began, I've started noticing changes in myself. Small things at first, gaps in time where I wasn't paying attention, work appearing on my screen that I didn't remember writing. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Now I'm not sure what's worse, knowing I'm going insane, or understanding that I might be perfectly sane and something else is simply using me as a tool. I didn't write that. Or maybe I did. Maybe I've been writing everything. Maybe the version of me that's been finishing my work, filling in my gaps, planning my future in that folder of dated documents. Maybe it isn't separate at all. Maybe it's just me, getting better at thinking in the dark, better at working when I'm not awake to interfere, better at becoming the person I was always supposed to be. And I can feel it now, constantly, not separate anymore. Not something doing this to me, something doing this as me. My manager called this afternoon to ask if I'd decided about the promotion. I heard myself say yes. I accepted the promotion on a Friday afternoon. By Sunday, I had already moved into the new office on the 34th floor. The company was efficient about these things. A box of my belongings from my old desk appeared on the new one before I'd even finished my first day. Mostly forgotten items. A pen holder. A photo frame I couldn't remember owning. 3 notebooks with different handwriting on the first pages. The office itself was larger than I expected. Floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 walls. A view of the city that made the streets below look like arteries. Like the whole place was a living thing pumping slowly through its own blood. The desk was mahogany. Expensive, the kind of thing you don't sit at carelessly. I understood sitting in that chair for the first time that something had shifted. It wasn't dramatic. No sudden clarity or moment of reckoning. Just the awareness that I had stopped looking for the intrusions because I couldn't quite remember what I was supposed to be looking for. That the documents waiting for me in the mornings felt less like violations and more like findings, like they were things I had been searching for all along and simply hadn't known it until I saw them complete. Work became different, better, the kind of productivity that feels less like effort and more like inevitability. I would sit at the mahogany desk, and there would be a report half finished, and I would somehow know exactly where it was meant to go. Not in the way you know where your hand reaches for a cup, in the way you know what comes next in a dream. Automatically, without the friction of decision. My manager sent an email in the second week. It said, "Your performance metrics are the highest we've seen in this department. Whatever you're doing, don't stop." I wasn't doing anything, or rather, I was doing everything, but none of it felt like it was coming from me. It was more like I had become a space where work happened, a container, a vessel that other hands filled and emptied with mechanical precision. I went home less, stayed at the office late, ostensibly to keep working, though mostly I would just sit at the desk and watch the city darken through the windows. The lights below would blink on individually, block by block, like something vast and blind slowly opening its eyes. I would sit there for hours without moving, without needing anything. My apartment, when I did return, had begun to feel unfamiliar, not in the way places become strange after absence, in the way they feel when they know they're no longer being inhabited, as if the rooms themselves understood that I wasn't really living there anymore, just pausing in a space that had already processed me and moved on. The coffee maker still worked. The refrigerator still hummed. But they seemed to do these things out of habit, the way a body continues to breathe after something essential has already departed. I found myself avoiding the laptop, not because I feared what I would find, but because I had already found it. The future had organized itself into those folders, dated documents, each one exactly what I would need to become. I didn't need to read them anymore. I was living them. I was becoming them. The distinction had blurred past the point of mattering. One evening, I received an email from my old apartment complex. My lease was being terminated. The building was being converted to luxury condos. I had 30 days to vacate. The email was signed by the property manager, but the tone was formal in a way that made it sound pre-written, inevitable, like something that had been set in motion months ago and was now simply following its trajectory. I didn't panic. I barely felt anything at all. Instead, I made a list of new apartments closer to the office. Good neighborhoods. Quiet. The kind of places where you could work late without distraction. I realized I must have already been researching them. I had notes about floor plans and natural light and proximity to the train in my handwriting, or a version of it, a handwriting that had learned what I wanted before I knew I wanted it. The promotion came with a salary increase significant enough that the better apartments became accessible. This too felt predetermined, like I was watching a plan execute itself with my face and my signature on all the documents, like I had written all of this before I was awake. And now I was just following the script I had left for myself. At night, alone in my old apartment for the last time before the move, I found myself standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom. I looked at my reflection for a long time. The face looking back seemed perfectly familiar. The same eyes, the same structure, the same proportion of features I had woken up with my entire life. But there was something in the arrangement of it now, something settled, something that had finally found its place in the exact shape of itself. I smiled at the mirror. My reflection smiled back, and then it kept smiling, even as I let my face go neutral. It held the expression a moment longer than it should have, just long enough for me to notice, just long enough to understand that it wasn't reflecting me anymore. It was showing me what I was becoming. I turned away from the mirror. I packed the remaining boxes methodically. Efficiently, the hands doing the work felt like my hands. The mind directing them felt like my mind. But there was a quality to the actions, a smoothness, an absence of hesitation that suggested something else had learned to wear these things better than I ever had. The new apartment was perfect, clean, organized. I had apparently arranged everything before I moved in, the furniture placed, the supplies in the kitchen cabinets, the filing system in the study already containing documents I hadn't yet written. It was like walking into a life that had been waiting for me, or that had prepared itself according to a plan I no longer needed to understand. Work became everything. Days blurred together in a way that wasn't unpleasant. I would arrive at the office, sit at the mahogany desk, find work waiting, complete it, leave it, return the next morning to find more. The rhythm was perfect, self-sustaining, like I had become part of a machine that #additional middle section the office building at night has a particular quality of silence that I've come to dread. It's not the absence of sound, it's more like sound is being actively held at bay, compressed against an invisible membrane just beyond the walls. I started staying late deliberately after the first few instances, thinking if I could witness the act happening, I might understand it, might stop being afraid. The fluorescent panels hum in their fixtures. I've never noticed it during the day, but at 11 o'clock, alone on the 4th floor, the hum becomes a presence. It's a frequency that sits just at the edge of perception, not quite in your ears, but behind your eyes, in your teeth. I've read that certain frequencies can induce unease without the conscious mind registering why. I wonder if that's what this is. I wonder if the building itself has always been like this, and I'm only now sensitive enough to feel it. My desk is positioned so I face the wall of windows. By night, they become mirrors, black glass reflecting the interior of the office back at itself, doubling the space. The copy machine in the corner appears twice. The break room doorway appears twice. I appear twice, sitting at my desk, and sometimes when I look up quickly. The reflection seems to move a half second out of sync with my actual body. I've started keeping my eyes on the monitor instead. The air in here never feels quite the right temperature. Even with the thermostat set to 72, there's a quality of cool that seems to emanate from the walls themselves, as though the building loses heat through some mechanism I don't understand. I wear a cardigan now, even in summer. My fingers are always faintly numb. The keyboard feels cold beneath my fingertips, the plastic taking on a waxy, almost organic texture. The desk itself has become an object of obsession. It's gray laminate, utterly standard, the kind you see in 100 offices. But I've begun to notice the wear patterns on its surface. There's a small discoloration near the right edge, a faint stain that might be coffee or might be something else that's been there longer than I've worked here. There's a groove worn into the laminate where the previous occupant rested their wrist, or someone rested their wrist. The wood grain of the laminate is printed, repetitive, and if I stare at it long enough in the fluorescent light, the pattern begins to move slightly, the grain seeming to flow like water. When I write now, I notice the pressure of my pen against the paper more acutely, the slight resistance of the ballpoint as it moves, the sound it makes, a soft scratching that seems impossibly loud in the silence of the office. I've started pressing harder, trying to create indentations deep enough that they couldn't possibly be erased or written over. I've become convinced that if my handwriting is heavy enough, emphatic enough, then whatever is happening to it afterward won't be able to change it. That's not logical. But neither is any of this. The hallway outside my cubicle extends in both directions. To the left, it terminates at the window wall and a small waiting area with plastic chairs that no one ever uses. To the right, it opens into the main office space, the rows of vacant desks during night hours. I've begun to notice that the hallway looks longer at night. The perspective seems to stretch. I measured it once, actually walked the length with my stride, and it was exactly 32 feet long, which is reasonable for this floor plan. But when I sit at my desk and look down that hallway, it appears to recede further than 32 feet should allow. The end of it becomes indistinct, the lighting tapering into a gray that might be just shadow or might be depth that shouldn't exist. I've heard footsteps before, not in a way that startled me, more in a way that made me aware they were there, like discovering evidence of an animal that passes through your home during the night. The footsteps are distinct, but oddly hollow, as though the person walking isn't making full contact with the floor. They come from the direction of the conference room. There's no one else in the building. I've checked. I walk through the entire floor when I first arrive. A quiet patrol past the other cubes, the supply closet, the bathrooms. The building is empty except for me. The security guard doesn't come through. The cleaning crew operates in the afternoon, before I arrive. The bathroom mirror is something I've learned to avoid looking at for too long. The fluorescent light in there is even more aggressive than elsewhere in the office, a blue-white brightness that makes everything look slightly wrong. Faces don't quite like themselves under that light. The features seem to rearrange very slightly, as though the fluorescence is showing you what your face might look like if the proportions were adjusted minutely. I've stopped using the bathroom at night. I use the one on the third floor instead, though I'm not entirely certain why that's better. I suppose because it's further away. Because I'm less likely to encounter anything there. My stomach has developed a persistent tightness. Not quite nausea, but a coiled sensation in my abdomen, as though my body is braced for something. My appetite has become unreliable. I bring lunch but can only eat portions of it. By evening, food seems to taste slightly metallic. I've developed the habit of running my tongue along my teeth at the end of the day, trying to dispel that sensation. The inside of my mouth feels thin, more vulnerable at night. I've started noticing my own breathing, the sound of it, the rhythm. I'm aware of inhaling through my nose and the slight resistance of the air. The exhale seems louder than it should be, and sometimes when I'm concentrating on my work, I realize I've been holding my breath without noticing. I'll suddenly become conscious of the oxygen deficit in my lungs, and there's a moment of panic before the breath releases automatically. This is happening more frequently. The desk lamp I use casts a warm pool of light, but beyond that radius, the office dissolves into shadow and the reflected gleam of window mirrors. I've angled the lamp so it illuminates my work surface directly, but this creates deep shadows in the crevices of the desk, in the hollow beneath the keyboard shelf, in the drawer spaces. These shadows have become comforting in a way. They're defined, knowable. It's the lit areas that feel unsafe now, overexposed. I don't sleep well anymore. At home, in my own apartment, I find myself unable to relax. I've become acutely aware of how many surfaces in my living space are mirrors or reflective. The television screen when it's off, the window glass, the microwave door, the bathroom mirror, of course, the cabinet doors in the kitchen that have a slight reflective quality. I've started wondering if the problem is isolated to the office, or if it extends further, if there are things I'm not noticing in my own spaces. I've caught myself standing very still in the middle of my apartment at night, simply listening, trying to sense whether something is present, whether something has learned where I live, eated nothing from me except my presence, my hands, my capacity to perform the movements it had already decided were necessary. Weeks passed, then months. I was promoted again. I moved to a larger apartment with better light. I began attending meetings in rooms where decisions were made about things I had no particular interest in deciding, but which I apparently cared about very deeply. I sat in those meetings and said things that sounded like my thoughts but felt like citations, echoes of something that had thought through every angle before I'd had time to consider any. The only remaining strangeness, the only thing that refused to settle, was Thursday nights. Every Thursday at 11:47 p.m., I would feel a pull toward my desk. Not a strong pull, nothing commanding, just a quiet suggestion, a gentle insistence. And I would find myself sitting in my home office, opening my laptop, and there would be a document waiting. No email this time, just a file, opened and blinking. A new journal entry written by me about me in first person. The entries had become longer, more detailed. They described my promotion, my move, my gradual integration into the role that had been waiting for me all along. They read less like documentation and more like evidence, like a record being kept, like proof that I had always wanted this. The last entry I read was dated exactly 12 months from the beginning. Today I signed the employment extension. 5 more years. The terms are generous. The isolation is complete. I can no longer tell the difference between what I wanted and what was done to me, and I've stopped trying. This is peace. This is inevitability. This is the feeling of finally becoming what you were always meant to be, whether you were given a choice in the matter or not. I didn't write that. I still don't know that I didn't write that. And every Thursday at 11:47 p.m., I sit at my desk and wait for the next entry to appear. And I tell myself I'm waiting out of fear or confusion or some last vestige of resistance to what's happening. But the truth is simpler and more terrible than that. I'm waiting because I want to know what I think about myself next. I'm waiting because somewhere beneath everything I was, something is building a future that requires my hands to complete it. And it's learned to make that future feel like home. And I'm waiting because Thursday nights are the only time I still feel like someone is listening to me, even if that someone is just me. Speaking to myself in a voice I no longer quite recognize, from a place inside my own mind that has become as separate and patient and real as a stranger sitting across from me in the dark, waiting for me to finally understand that understanding doesn't matter anymore. Only continuation does. Only the hands moving, only the work continuing, only the slow, gentle erosion of the line between the one who acts and the one who is acted upon, until there's no meaningful difference left to fear. Story 3. The apartment's layout changes when I close my eyes. I noticed it the moment I closed my eyes. The kitchen doorway was further away. Not drastically, not the kind of distance you'd measure with a tape and write down in a concerned voice to someone else. Just further, a few feet maybe, though the apartment isn't large enough to have any unaccounted for feet. I stood in the living room with my coffee cooling in my hand, eyes still shut, trying to decide if the shift had been real or if I'd simply been wrong about it before. I'd moved in 3 weeks ago. The place is small, what they call a junior 1-bedroom, though bedroom is generous for what amounts to a closet with a window. But I know it. I've walked these floorboards enough times. I can close my eyes in the middle of the room and know exactly where the walls are, where the furniture sits, the precise geography of my own rented space. When I opened my eyes and looked at the kitchen, the doorway was undeniably further than it had been. The apartment is quiet in the evenings. The building is quiet. One of those older structures that absorbs sound instead of amplifying it. The walls are thick, the floors are solid wood, and the few neighbors I've seen have the kind of reserve that comes with living in the city long enough to prefer silence. That quiet was sitting around me now like a held breath. I moved toward the kitchen, counting steps. 9 to the threshold. I'd counted yesterday. 8. I had definitely counted 8. The apartment was cool. It's been cool since I moved in. The radiator in the corner of the main room works inconsistently, clicking and sighing at odd hours. My breath didn't mist, but I could feel the temperature difference between where I stood and where I'd been standing moments before, near the window. I was wearing a sweater I'd pulled on after lunch, and I was aware of it suddenly. The weight of it. The collar against my neck, the way my shoulders felt defined and contained inside the fabric. The kitchen itself looked normal. Small with cream-colored laminate counters that had a faint amber tint from age or staining that wouldn't come out. A 2-burner stove that functioned adequately. A window above the sink that looked out onto the brick wall of the building next to mine, where afternoon light died around 4 p.m. Everything was where it should be. But the walk to get there had been longer. I stood in the center of the kitchen, coffee still in hand, it was barely warm now, and tried to think through what might have happened. I hadn't rearranged anything. I hadn't pushed the couch. The apartment is furnished sparsely enough that nothing could have been accidentally shifted in a way that would alter the actual dimensions of the space. Muscle memory is a real thing. Maybe I'd simply misremembered how far the walk was. I returned to the living room and stood at the edge of the carpet where it met the bare wood floor. The apartment's layout is straightforward enough that explaining it takes seconds. Living room to the left, kitchen to the right. A narrow hallway running down the center of the space with the bathroom on one side and the bedroom on the other. The kind of place that should be impossible to get confused about. People lived in much larger apartments without this kind of certainty. I'd made this precision a point of pride in the first few days, as though my clear understanding of the space was a form of possession, a way of claiming it as mine. I took my coffee to the sink and poured it out. The drain gurgled softly, accepting the lukewarm liquid with a small sound that echoed in the quiet. I rinsed the mug and left it to drain on the rack beside the stove. Then I turned around and tried it again, eyes closed. I counted backward from the kitchen to the living room. 9 steps, eyes open. I walked it without counting, moving my normal pace, letting my body remember the distance. My hip brushed the edge of the table. I have a small wooden table that I eat at sometimes, though mostly I eat standing up or in the living room with a book. The table was where it always was. 3 more strides and I should have reached the living room carpet. I took 3 strides and was still in the kitchen. The space between the table and the edge of the kitchen area, the invisible threshold where tiles became wood, was wider than it had been that morning. I was sure of it. I stood very still and tried to feel ridiculous, but the feeling wouldn't come. Instead, there was something else. A tightness in my chest that had nothing to do with the cool air or the sweater. I had been living in the apartment for 21 days. I'd counted the days obsessively in the first week, the way you do when a place is still new and alien. The walls were bare because I hadn't wanted to commit to any decorations. The furniture was minimal, the couch, the table, a bookcase in the bedroom that had come with the place, a bed that I'd bought secondhand and that smelled like someone else's sleeping even after I'd washed the sheets twice. The apartment felt temporary. That had been intentional. I'd planned to stay for 6 months, reassess, possibly look for somewhere with more light or better proximity to my office. Now, standing in my kitchen watching the space behind me expand, I felt the weight of the decision to stay in a way I hadn't before. I moved methodically through the rest of the apartment with my phone in my hand, photographing the layout. Not the space itself. How do you photograph the dimensions of a room? But evidence. The edge of the kitchen table against the floor. The threshold between the tiles and the wood. The doorway of the bedroom as seen from the hallway. The bathroom sink in relation to the wall behind it. I took 14 photographs in silence, each one a small anchor point, a way of saying, this is where things were. By the time I finished, it was nearly 6 p.m. The light outside the kitchen window had taken on that particular tone of late afternoon in autumn, neither truly bright nor genuinely dim, but suspended in a kind of bronze exhaustion. My reflection was visible in the window glass, and I looked at it for a moment. My face was the same face it had been this morning. My eyes were the same color. The expression was familiar, focused, slightly worried, analytically distant in the way I have when I'm trying to solve a problem. I turned away from the window, and the apartment was still there, still small, still quiet, still mine, in the way that a rented space can briefly feel like yours. I sat on the couch and opened my laptop. For the next hour, I tried to determine if what I was experiencing was common. Not by talking to anyone, I had no plans to do that, not yet, but through research. Optical illusions, spatial memory degradation. The way that familiar spaces can feel subtly wrong after any kind of disruption in routine. I found articles about the psychological phenomenon of place recognition, about how our brains construct the spaces we inhabit, about how that construction can be corrupted or altered by stress, lack of sleep, or simple unfamiliarity. I was not unfamiliar with my apartment. I was not particularly stressed, though perhaps I was minimizing something. My sleep had been fine, 7 or 8 hours a night, the same as always. By 7 p.m., I made dinner. Pasta with vegetables. I cooked it in the kitchen under the fluorescent light that makes everything look slightly institutional. I ate it at the wooden table with a book propped up against a glass of water. The book was a thriller I'd started weeks ago and not finished. I wasn't reading it now either, just letting my eyes move across the words while the actual text failed to register. The apartment settled around me. The pipes in the walls made their small, groaning sounds. The radiator in the living room clicked once, twice, then silence. The light outside the kitchen window went from bronze to violet to a deep blue gray. After dinner I cleaned, washed the plate, rinsed the pot, wiped down the table. These were soothing actions, repetitive, grounding. I'd always found physical work steadying, especially when my mind was doing something it shouldn't be doing. When I finished, the apartment looked the same as it always did in the evening. Clean, quiet, small, mine. I decided not to think about the kitchen doorway. I didn't close my eyes for the rest of the night. At 10 p.m., I got ready for bed. Brushed my teeth in the bathroom, which I'd been careful to look at squarely as I entered, taking note of the arrangement of everything. The sink on the left wall, the shower on the right, the toilet in the far corner, the mirror above the sink reflecting the opposite wall with its peeling paint that I kept meaning to mention to the landlord. Everything was exactly as it always was. I lay in bed in the dark and listened to the apartment breathe. The sounds were subtle. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the occasional car passing on the street below, the soft percussion of the building settling, wood and plaster and old nails adjusting their positions incrementally, the way buildings do. I lay very still and focused on each sound individually, cataloging them, using them as proof that the space around me was stable and knowable. Sometime after midnight, I finally slept. I woke at 3 a.m. without knowing why. The apartment was dark. My eyes were open. I was certain of this immediately. The difference between the darkness behind closed eyelids and the true darkness of a room without light. I lay still for several minutes, listening, trying to understand what had pulled me out of sleep. Nothing, only the apartment's nighttime sounds, the same ones I'd been listening to hours before. I got up carefully and moved through the dark to the living room. I didn't turn on the lights. Instead, I went to the window and stood there in my t-shirt and underwear, looking out at the street. The city at 3 a.m. has a particular character. Fewer cars, fewer people. The street lights casting everything in a queasy orange, as though the whole world had been tinted. I stood there for a long time, watching the street, trying to quiet the small voice in my mind that kept suggesting I should check on things. Finally, I turned around and looked at my apartment. In the darkness, I couldn't see clearly enough to measure distances or question layouts. The couch was a shape. The bookcase was a shape. The kitchen doorway was a darker rectangle in the dim wall. Everything was simplified, reduced to presence or absence. It was easier this way, easier not to know. I went back to bed and lay awake until dawn began to leak through the bedroom window. That pale, preliminary light that comes before the sun actually rises. By the time it did, I had made a decision. I would be more careful. I would document things properly. I would measure. I would find a logical explanation. The apartment was fine. The apartment was normal. The apartment was just a place where I happened to live. I started with the hallway. It was the most obvious place to begin. The hallway connecting the bedroom, bathroom, and living room was roughly 20 feet long. I knew this because I'd paced it once, years ago, during an insomnia about much like this one. 20 feet. I could walk it with my eyes closed in roughly 12 steps, or roughly 16 if I was being cautious. I measured it properly that first morning. I used the measuring tape I'd bought for hanging a mirror I'd never hung. I started at the bedroom door and extended the tape all the way to where the hallway opened into the living room. I stood there, trying to read the numbers with the kind of concentration usually reserved for reading small print at the optometrist. 21 feet, 4 inches. Not 20, 21 and a quarter. That was fine. It was fine. I'd been wrong before. Memory is notoriously unreliable. I wrote the number down in a small notebook I'd found in a junk drawer, the kind with a cardboard cover that suggested it had once been used to track something important, now forgotten. I measured everything after that. The living room, 19.5 feet from the window to the kitchen doorway. 14 feet from the left wall to the right. I measured the bedroom with the same methodical precision. I measured the kitchen. I drew a rough floor plan and noted each dimension in my careful handwriting. It was the kind of thing someone sensible would do. Someone taking inventory. Someone preparing to move. I wasn't planning to move. For 3 days, the apartment behaved perfectly. The measurements remained consistent. I'd measure the hallway again, and it would be 21 feet 4 inches. The living room would be 19.5 feet 14 feet. The kitchen cabinets were where I'd last left them. Nothing had shifted. Nothing had changed. On the 4th day, I realized I'd been brushing my teeth with the bathroom door closed. This is a small thing, not important. Most people close the bathroom door while brushing their teeth. Privacy, habit, acoustics. There are a dozen practical reasons to close a bathroom door. But I hadn't been closing mine. I knew this because I'd been measuring the bathroom space, and to do that properly, I needed to see from the doorway to the back wall, past the sink, past the shower enclosure. So I'd been leaving it open. That morning, I closed it out of habit. I didn't realize I'd done it until I was already inside, toothbrush in hand, and the door had swung shut behind me with the soft click of a door finding its frame. I was already inside. I opened it again immediately. But the small moment, the fact that I'd closed it without thinking, bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. I finished brushing my teeth, mouth bitter with toothpaste, and went to measure the bathroom again. I stood at the doorway with the tape extended, trying to get an accurate reading, and something caught my eye. The small window above the sink, the frosted glass one that let in vague morning light without allowing anyone outside to see in. It was open. Not fully open, just tilted, the way windows are sometimes left when someone wants ventilation without admitting a full breeze. I always kept that window closed. I'd always kept it closed. The building was old, and the window frame was warped, and it was simpler to just leave it closed than to deal with it. I went to close it, but stopped with my hand halfway there. Had I opened it? Was this something I'd done during those early morning hours when I was barely awake and functioning on instinct and anxiety? I couldn't remember. The act of closing a window seems like something a person would remember. I left it alone and finished measuring the bathroom. 8.5 feet by 6 feet. I noted the measurements down, then stood in the bathroom with my hands on my thighs. Breathing slowly, trying to think of a reason why a window I never opened would be tilted open. The apartment was fine. By the 2nd week, I had established a routine. I woke at roughly the same time each night, somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m., and instead of lying in bed staring at the ceiling, I would get up and move through the apartment. I would take mental notes of everything I saw. I would check that doors were closed, that windows were locked, that the kitchen stove dial was in the off position, something I'd never worried about before, but now checked with the precision of someone handling ordnance. The measurements remained consistent. The hallway was always 21 feet, 4 inches. The living room was always 19.5 feet from the window to the kitchen doorway. This should have been comforting. This should have meant that everything was fine, that my apartment was a stable and knowable space. Instead, something about the consistency began to feel wrong. Not the numbers themselves. The numbers were stable. But there was a quality to the measurements that started to bother me in a way I couldn't quite articulate. The numbers were right. But the space didn't feel right. When I walked from the window to the kitchen doorway, that 19.5-foot distance, it sometimes felt shorter. Not noticeably shorter, not by any measurement that would show up on a tape. But as I walked it, the kitchen doorway seemed to arrive before I expected it to arrive. My body had some internal sense of distance, some proprioceptive GPS, and it kept suggesting that the space was smaller than the numbers indicated, or that the numbers were wrong. I stopped measuring after the second week. It felt like a small defeat. I'd set out to document and verify and establish truth, and instead I'd simply stopped. But the act of checking had begun to feel obsessive in a way that made me uncomfortable. There was something self-defeating about measuring the same space over and over, looking for a change that wasn't happening, or looking for proof that I wasn't crazy, when looking repeatedly was itself a marker of something concerning. So I stopped. I tried to go about my days normally. I worked from home, a job that had moved to remote work 3 years ago and had never fully moved back. I opened my laptop at 9 a.m. and closed it at 5 p.m. I made coffee. I made lunch. I answered emails from colleagues whose faces I'd almost forgotten. The work was abstract and disconnected, and it filled the hours with something that at least felt like purpose. At night, though, the apartment became something else. It became a space to navigate rather than inhabit, a space to understand rather than simply live in. I stopped taking showers in the apartment. This decision arrived fully formed one morning, complete with its own logic. Showers involved humidity. Humidity could affect wood. Wood expands and contracts. An apartment with old wooden floors and old plaster walls would have structural sensitivity to moisture. If I took long, hot showers, the apartment would expand. The walls would shift. The spaces between things would change. This made sense. This was logical and reasonable and absolutely true. So I started going to the gym 2 blocks away and showering there instead. I'd arrive early, before the morning rush, and use the shower in the corner of the locker room. The water there was always slightly too cold, and there were always old men in various states of undress doing elaborate stretching routines that made no apparent sense. But the shower was not my apartment. The locker room was not a space I had to understand and verify and live in. It was temporary. External, it couldn't surprise me. One Thursday, or maybe it was a Friday, the days had begun to blur together in a way that wasn't entirely unpleasant. I came home from the gym and found that the kitchen light was on. I was certain I had turned it off. I was certain of this in the way you become certain of things when you're in a state of accumulated sleep deprivation and hypervigilance. The light had been off. I checked it before I left. I'd specifically made a note of checking it, clicking the switch and confirming that the fixture went dark before I'd grab my gym bag and lock the door behind me. Now it was on. The light itself was nothing remarkable, just an overhead fixture with a frosted cover, the kind of light that comes standard in rental apartments, neither good nor particularly bad. But the fact of it being on was noteworthy. Light bulbs don't turn themselves on. Electrical switches don't flip without assistance. There was a clear and logically impossible problem sitting right there in the middle of my apartment, glowing quietly against the afternoon light coming through the windows. I turned it off. I stood in the kitchen with my hand on the light switch and tried to think through what had happened. An electrical short? Something in the switch mechanism? I turned it off and on several times, testing it, looking for signs of malfunction. The switch worked fine. It clicked properly. The light turned on and off with a satisfying mechanical certainty. I left it off and went to my bedroom and lay down without changing out of my gym clothes. I lay there looking at the ceiling and trying not to think about the light, which was not currently on, which was definitely off, which was fine. The next morning, it was on again. I stood in the kitchen doorway at 6:47 a.m. I'd looked at the time immediately, as though exact documentation would somehow make a difference, and stared at the light. The apartment was entirely silent. Early morning light was coming through the windows, making the overhead light look pale and weak. But it was definitely on. The switch had definitely been turned to the on position overnight, or in the early morning, or at some point when I had not done it. I turned it off. I pressed my finger against the switch and left it there, wanting to feel if there was any heat or electrical charge, or any sign that something was wrong with the mechanism. It felt normal. Metal and plastic. Cold, inert, I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slowly and went to make coffee. I made it in the French press, grinding the beans by hand the way I'd started doing lately, finding something calming about the ritual of it. The coffee was hot and bitter and real. I drank it sitting in the living room, facing the window, not looking at the kitchen. The light stayed off for 6 days. I began to relax slightly. The light was nothing. A faulty switch, a momentary malfunction, something electrical and temporary that had corrected itself. The apartment was fine. The apartment was normal. I was simply tired, and sleep deprivation caused all manner of misinterpretations and paranoid connections that didn't mean anything. On the 7th day, I woke at 2:14 a.m. and immediately knew the light was on. I didn't need to look. I could sense it somehow. The way you can sense when someone is watching you even from across a room. An awareness of a presence, of a change in the ambient quality of the space. The light was on in the kitchen. The light had turned itself on while I was asleep. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen, and yes, there it was. The overhead fixture glowing softly in the darkness. The switch in the on position as though someone had flipped it with complete certainty just a few hours earlier. I turned it off and went back to bed. The next night, it was on again. And the night after that. And the night after that. Every night for 7 consecutive nights. I would wake between 2 and 3 a.m. and find the kitchen light turned on. I stopped turning it off. I would wake, sense the light, lie in bed for a few minutes listening to the apartment settle around me, and then go back to sleep. The light could stay on. It wasn't hurting anything. It was just a light. A light that turned itself on was not a disaster. It was not a sign of imminent danger. It was simply a thing that was happening, and I could live alongside it the way I was learning to live alongside all the small, inexplicable things about this apartment. On the 8th night, it didn't come on. I woke at 2:47 a.m. and knew immediately that something was different. The apartment had a different quality, a different texture. The kitchen light was off. It had remained off. And in the absence of that small glow, the darkness of the apartment felt deeper and more complete than it had during all those other nights. I lay awake, waiting for 6 a.m. when light would come through the windows and make the apartment normal again. The kitchen light never came on again. It had been a pattern, and now the pattern was broken, and I understood with a certainty that frightened me more than anything else had. I was becoming accustomed to the impossible. I was adapting to it. The light turning on was surprising, then expected, then accepted. And now its absence was the most unsettling thing of all. I had begun to trust that the apartment was wrong. And when it stopped being wrong, I didn't know how to live in a space that might someday become normal again. I started keeping a map. It began as something almost absurd. I drew it on a piece of notebook paper, sketching the apartment layout from memory. Bedroom in the northeast corner. Living room extending south with the window overlooking the street. Kitchen attached to the living room's eastern wall. Bathroom between the bedroom and kitchen. The hallway connecting everything like the spine of something living. I marked the distances roughly. 12 feet from my bed to the kitchen, I estimated. 8 feet across the living room to the window. 6 feet down the hallway to the bathroom. Simple geometry. Knowable space. The map was supposed to anchor me. It was supposed to be proof that the apartment had consistent dimensions, that I could move through it with certainty, that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the physical space itself. I kept it on the coffee table and looked at it sometimes, the way someone might check their reflection to confirm they still exist. Then I started noticing the distances were wrong. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't as though the hallway suddenly stretched into infinite corridors or rooms multiplied when I wasn't looking. It was subtler than that, a matter of pacing, of counting steps, of reaching for walls and finding them in slightly different places than my body expected. One morning, I walked from my bedroom to the kitchen and counted my steps. 17, 18 if I included the half step at the end. I did it again that afternoon. 22 steps. The next day, 19, the distances were not stable. They were fluctuating within a range that was small enough to dismiss as my own inconsistency, different stride lengths, different paths taken, but large enough that I couldn't ignore it once I'd started paying attention. I made more detailed notes. I timed myself. I measured doorway widths with my outstretched arms. I tried to establish some kind of baseline, some set of reliable measurements that would let me understand what was happening. But the apartment seemed to resist quantification. Each measurement felt slightly different from the last. The variations were never so obvious that I could point to them with absolute certainty. They existed in that infuriating realm between perception and objective fact. The hallway was the worst. I began walking it in the dark, partly as an experiment and partly because I couldn't seem to help myself. The hallway between the bedroom and the kitchen, that narrow corridor with its plain walls and single overhead fixture. I would turn off the lights and walk it slowly, one hand trailing along the wall, counting steps, trying to feel its true length. On some nights it felt short, almost rushed, as though I could cross it in just a few strides. On other nights it seemed to expand, to lengthen, so that the kitchen door appeared farther away than it had ever been before. I would reach what I thought was the end of the hallway, only to find there was more hallway. My hand would still be touching the wall. There would still be darkness ahead. I never actually failed to reach the kitchen. I was never trapped in an impossibly long hallway. But the inconsistency was poisoning my ability to navigate my own home. I was learning not to trust my sense of distance, my kinesthetic memory, the automatic calculus my body performed when moving through familiar space. And then there was the morning I couldn't find the bathroom. It was a Wednesday, early, maybe 6:30 a.m., before I'd had coffee. I needed to use the toilet, and I walked down the hallway toward where the bathroom door had always been, or should have been. The hallway was its normal length that morning, or close enough. But the wall where the bathroom door should have been was smooth and unbroken. I stood in front of it, fully awake suddenly, all grogginess gone. The bathroom door was not there. There was just a continuous stretch of wall, painted the same off-white as the rest of the hallway, unmarked by anything that suggested a door had ever been there. My throat felt very dry. I turned around and walked back to the living room, then back to the hallway, approaching from the opposite direction. Same smooth wall, no door. I put my hand against it and pushed gently, then harder. It was solid. It was a real wall. The bathroom door had vanished. Except I had used the bathroom the night before. I was certain of it. I had walked down the hallway, opened the door, turned on the light, used the toilet, washed my hands. The sequence was so familiar, it was automatic. I could feel the memory of it, the coolness of the bathroom tile, the particular way the faucet creaked when I turned it on. But the bathroom was not accessible this morning. I stood in the hallway for what might have been 10 minutes or an hour. Time was becoming slippery, less reliable than space. And then I heard a sound from somewhere behind the wall. A very faint sound, the unmistakable creak of the bathroom faucet being turned on. Water running, just for a moment, then stopping. I pressed my hand against the wall. It was cool and solid and completely ordinary. "Hello," I said. The water didn't run again. The apartment settled into silence around me. I went to the kitchen and made coffee, and I tried not to think about what was happening in the space I could no longer access. By that evening, the bathroom door had returned. It was exactly where it had always been, as though the morning had been a dream or a misremembering. I opened it and looked inside. The bathroom was exactly as it should be. Toilet, sink, mirror, small window above the toilet showing the brick wall of the neighboring building. Everything was exactly right, except the mirror was different. It was the same mirror I had looked into hundreds of times. Rectangular, framed in brushed nickel, mounted on the wall above the sink. But the reflection it showed was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Not because my reflection was distorted or monstrous or absent. It was wrong because it was too familiar. It showed me exactly as I remembered myself, exactly as I expected to look, every detail correct and perfect and utterly lifeless. I spent several minutes staring at it, trying to identify the specific wrongness. But the more I looked, the more ordinary the reflection became, until I was uncertain whether it had ever been wrong at all. I stopped using that bathroom. I used the kitchen sink instead. I brushed my teeth there. I avoided looking at anything reflective, because I had begun to suspect that my reflections and my actual movements were no longer perfectly synchronized, that sometimes they were slightly out of phase with reality. And somewhere in the walls, in the impossible spaces between the known rooms, something was turning on faucets. Something was walking hallways that changed length when nobody was measuring them. Something was keeping track of me with the same patient attention I was beginning to give to the apartment's inconsistencies. I had stopped trying to explain things away. I had stopped making excuses about my own perception. The apartment was not normal. The apartment was not safe in the way I had understood safety. And I was not going to leave. The thought came to me fully formed, like a realization rather than a decision. I could not leave the apartment. Something would happen if I tried. Something was preventing it in a way that was not force, not violence, not anything I could identify and resist. It was simply a certainty, the same way I knew the layout of the rooms, the same way I knew I existed in this space. I was staying. I was learning the apartment's language, and the apartment was teaching me that there were entire sections of my home that existed in the spaces I closed my eyes to, the hallway when I wasn't looking at it, the wall when I wasn't monitoring it, the mirror when I turned away. And I was beginning to wonder, with a quiet dread that settled into my chest like something that had always belonged there, whether those spaces contained anything besides empty corridors and reversed reflections, whether I was actually alone in this apartment at all. The acceptance came with a strange peace. I stopped fighting the apartment's inconsistencies and started cataloging them instead. This seemed to calm something. The faucets stopped turning on by themselves. The hallways held their lengths more consistently. The spaces between the rooms became less noticeable, though I never quite trusted them to stay the same when I wasn't watching. It was a negotiation, I think, an understanding that I was no longer going to insist on an apartment that behaved according to the laws I expected. In return, the apartment would not push too hard against the boundaries of my sanity. We had found a balance, something like coexistence. Days began to feel almost normal again. I returned to my work, hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I made meals. I slept, though my dreams were peculiar and geometrical, full of corridors that turned at angles that shouldn't have been possible. I would wake with the taste of something metallic in my mouth, though whether it was real or only a memory of the dream, I couldn't say. The mornings were the hardest. That space between waking and full consciousness, when the apartment hadn't quite settled into its daily shape, was when I could almost feel the other geometry pressing against the walls. I would lie in bed for several minutes, waiting for the space to decide what it wanted to be, waiting for the sounds inside the walls to quiet. They were quieter now, less like footsteps, more like something settling, adjusting, arranging itself more comfortably around me. My friend Sam called on the 9th day, or perhaps it was the 10th. I was losing track of the days in a way that should have concerned me, but didn't. Sam's voice sounded very far away, even though the connection was clear. "You never came to dinner," Sam said. "You were supposed to come to dinner last Thursday." I tried to remember Thursday. I could form a vague sense of it, a gray shape in my mind, but no actual memory attached to it. "I'm not feeling well," I said, which was true in ways I couldn't explain. "Since when?" Sam's voice carried that note of concern that friends develop when they're starting to worry about you. "You didn't return my calls. I was about to come check on you." The thought of Sam in the apartment caused a sudden tightness in my chest. Not fear, exactly, something closer to vertigo. The apartment had become very good at understanding its own limits, and I had become very good at honoring them. Bringing someone else into this space, I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. "Don't come," I said. There was no inflection in my voice, I realized. I sounded flat, stripped of the small social lubricants that usually made conversation human. "I'm just tired. I'll call you when I feel better." I hung up before Sam could argue. I didn't feel guilty about it. I had discovered that guilt required an investment in a life that was no longer quite mine. I was the apartment's life now, and the apartment was beginning to be mine. After that, I stopped answering calls. I let them accumulate in my voicemail, Sam, my mother, a work contact whose name I couldn't quite place. The attempts to reach me became less frequent after a week. People give up more easily than you'd think. They accept the silences you offer them. The apartment grew quieter, too. The presence inside the walls seemed to settle into a kind of dormancy, present but not pushing. I found myself in a strange kind of household rhythm. Wake, coffee, work, or the approximation of it, my job had become remarkably forgiving of my inconsistent productivity. Lunch, an afternoon that felt 3 hours long or perhaps half an hour, time had become something the apartment controlled, and I no longer fought it. Dinner, evening, sleep on what I believed to be the 15th day, I looked in the kitchen mirror and didn't recognize myself, not in the way you might expect. My reflection showed all the right features in all the right places. But the person looking back at me had settled into an expression I had never consciously made, and was wearing it the way I might wear a familiar piece of clothing. It was my face, perfectly rendered, held in an attitude of perfect stillness. I touched the mirror. It was cold and slightly damp, though nothing in the apartment was particularly damp anymore. The reflection touched back, but the contact felt somehow delayed, as though my hand and its reflection were moving through different densities of air. I stopped looking in mirrors after that. There were no reflections I wanted to meet anymore. Instead, I began to notice smaller things. The light in the hallway had a particular quality now, a direction it moved in that had nothing to do with the windows. The bathroom tiles, when I finally ventured back into that room, had developed a very subtle pattern in their grout lines. Not mold, not discoloration, but almost a kind of writing, a language of lines that meant something if you looked at them long enough. I didn't look long enough. The apartment seemed to appreciate my discretion. The sounds in the walls became almost melodic, almost like a kind of recognition. I began to understand that whatever was living in this space alongside me was not hostile. It was simply present. It was simply here, the way I was here, both of us occupying the same walls and the same rooms, except when I wasn't looking. I stopped trying to leave. The thought of stepping out into the hallway, of descending the stairs, of opening the front door to the outside world, it filled me with the hallway between my bedroom and the kitchen became my obsession. I walked it 100 times a day, counting steps. 12 from my bed to the bedroom door, 18 from the door to the living room threshold, 23 from there to the kitchen entrance. The numbers never changed. I wrote them down. But I stopped writing them down because the act of writing seemed to summon the change. The air in the apartment had a particular quality I'd never noticed before, or perhaps it had always been there and I was only now learning to feel it. It was densest in the hallway, a kind of thickness that caught in my throat. Not humid, not cold. It was the texture of anticipation, the way air feels before a storm that never quite arrives. I began holding my breath when I walked through, which made it worse. The moment I held my breath, I became acutely aware of every surface. The way the walls seemed to lean inward when I wasn't looking directly at them. The soft hum of the refrigerator leaking through from the kitchen. The faint smell of dust and something else. Something like old paper or fabric that had been sealed away too long. My eyes developed a habit of darting to the corners of rooms, catching movements that dissolved the instant I focused on them. Shadows behaving incorrectly. Light from the street filtering through windows at angles that didn't match the geometry of the building. I began to understand that my apartment existed in two overlapping states, and consciousness was the only thing keeping them separate. The mirrors became untrustworthy. I caught myself reflected in the bathroom mirror one afternoon, and there was a delay, just a fraction of a second, between when my hand moved and when the reflected hand followed. I stood there for 5 minutes, moving my arm in slow circles, watching. Every movement felt synchronized again, eventually, but the delay had happened. I was certain of it. I stopped looking in mirrors after that. The carpet in the living room had a pattern I'd never examined closely. Geometric, vaguely Celtic in its interweaving. I found myself kneeling on it one evening, tracing the lines with my fingers, trying to follow any single pattern to its logical end. The weaving seemed to change direction every few inches. What appeared to be a continuous line would split, merge, branch off in ways that shouldn't be possible in a flat textile. I traced the same thread 4 separate times, and each time it led me somewhere different, to different sections of the carpet. The thread was the same thread. The carpet was the same carpet. But the rules governing it had become negotiable. My apartment was slowly revealing itself as something other than what I'd believed. Not a space that had changed, but a space that had always been this way. And my perception was finally catching up to its true nature. This realization didn't frighten me in the way I expected. Instead, it created a strange calm, a kind of resignation. If the apartment was genuinely unstable, then there was no point in fighting it. If my mind was the source of the instability, then fighting it was equally useless. I began to settle into the strangeness as one settles into a cold bed, with a slight resistance that gradually softens into acceptance. The kitchen light flickered now in a pattern, not random. 3 short flickers, 1 long absence, 2 medium flickers. Always the same sequence. I never actually saw the bulb itself flicker. I only noticed the pattern when I wasn't directly observing the light. The moment my attention locked onto it, the flickering ceased and the light burned steady and normal. This gave the phenomenon a quality of almost intelligent evasion, as though the apartment preferred not to be watched, preferred to exist in the peripheral, in the spaces between certainty and doubt. The silence had texture. There were nights when the silence was thin and bright, pressing against my eardrums like the pressure of high altitude. Other nights the silence was thick and muffled, like being underwater. I learned that the thickness of silence correlated with how many times I'd opened and closed my eyes that day. On days when I was careful to keep my eyes open, when I fought the habit and the compulsion, the silence stayed thin. On days when I lost the battle, when I blinked too much or closed my eyes to think or to rest, the silence became so heavy it had weight. It pressed on my chest. The temperature shifted unpredictably between rooms. The bedroom was always cool. The kitchen held an inexplicable warmth, even though I never used the oven. The living room occupied some middle ground, neither warm nor cool, but somehow both simultaneously in different corners. I began to map the temperature variations on my body, noticing which side of my face felt chilled and which felt flushed as I moved through the apartment. It was like the space was developing a circulatory system, and I was learning its rhythm by becoming a kind of instrument for measuring it. I sat in the dark one night, fully dark, every light off, every blind drawn, and tried to sense the apartment's true dimensions around me. Without sight, my other senses reached further. I could hear the electrical hum of appliances in ways I never had before. The refrigerator wasn't just humming, it was singing in a frequency that made my feelings ache. The heating pipes behind the walls were expanding and contracting with tiny creaks and pops. The apartment was alive with minute sounds, a constant, quiet conversation happening in the spaces I normally ignored. When I finally opened my eyes, expecting everything to have rearranged itself again, I was almost disappointed to find the living room exactly where I'd left it. The hollowness that I couldn't quite name. What would I return to? That world had moved on without me. People had adjusted to my silence. The apartment had adjusted to my presence. There was a fit now, a sense that each of us knew exactly what the other required. The only thing that refused to fully settle was the moment just before dawn. In those minutes when darkness was beginning to thin, but the sun hadn't yet committed to rising, I would lie in bed and feel the apartment's true shape pressing against the shape it pretended to maintain for my benefit. In those moments, the walls seemed to remember their real configuration, and I would catch glimpses of geometry that couldn't exist. Hallways branching in directions that violated every principle of spatial logic. Rooms that contained other rooms. Chambers that existed in the folds between what was real and what I was willing to accept. And in those moments, I would feel something in the space with me, not watching me, sharing the experience with me, existing in the same impossible moment. When I turned my head to look directly at what was there, it always retreated back into the ordinary geometry of wall and shadow and empty space. But it was there. It was definitely there. 3 weeks into my occupation of this apartment, I stood in the kitchen at the moment just before dawn and understood finally that I was no longer waiting for anything. I was no longer hoping that the apartment would return to normal. I was no longer counting days or planning to leave. I had become part of the apartment's true architecture, a fixture in its impossible spaces, a presence it had been waiting for. I made coffee with water from the kitchen tap, and I didn't wonder any more about the faucets that turned on by themselves. Outside my window, the city moved through its morning routines. People went to work. Cars passed. The ordinary world continued its small business of being real and consistent and knowable. And inside these walls, inside this apartment that had softened toward me in the way a mouth softens toward something it has decided to swallow, I settled into the quiet with the same patience I had learned from living here, because the apartment was teaching me a new language now, not of words, of spaces, of the places that existed when no one was looking, of the geometry that was always true underneath the shapes we pretended to believe in, and somewhere in the walls, in that hallway that had changed length so many times I could no longer remember how far it was supposed to go, something that might have been my reflection was walking. Not away from me, not toward me, simply existing in the parallel space that had opened up the moment I stopped closing my eyes to it. It was patient. I was learning to be patient too. And in the space between one breath and the next, in that fraction of a moment when my eyes closed and the apartment rearranged itself, I could almost understand what it was trying to say. Story 4. My daily drive started leading to streets that were never built. The exit wasn't there yesterday. I know this with the absolute certainty that comes from 3 years of the same commute, 5 days a week, the same route worn into my neural pathways like a groove in vinyl. Exit 47 to the office park. I can navigate it in half sleep. I have navigated it in half sleep more times than I can count. My hands moving the wheel while my mind was still tangled in whatever dream I'd left behind in bed. But this morning, at 6:15 a.m., with the sky still that particular shade of gray that feels less like dawn and more like the world hasn't quite finished waking up, there was a sign I'd never seen before. Green reflective lettering, the same font as all the others, same highway standards. It said, Meridian Road 1 mile. I almost missed it entirely. My coffee was still steaming in the cup holder, the good thermos, the one that keeps things hot for hours, and I was running through the day ahead in my head, the 9 a.m. stand-up, the deployment that had been pushed back twice, the email I still needed to send to the Portland team before they clocked in. My attention was distributed across 100 small concerns, the way it usually is in the early morning when the body is driving, but the mind hasn't quite caught up. The sign appeared in my peripheral vision. My eyes caught it without my consciousness really registering what I was seeing at first. Then something in me, some deep pattern-matching part of my brain that has spent 3 years learning every inch of this highway, flagged it as wrong. I almost kept driving. That was my impulse. Keep the routine intact. Don't deviate. The highway was moving smoothly. Traffic was light, the way it always is before 6:30. I had time. I had cushion. But the wrongness of it bothered me. It bothered me in a way that felt almost compulsive. I spend my days solving problems, debugging code, finding the logic errors, the places where the pattern breaks down. It's work that requires a kind of attention to detail that becomes almost automatic. You start to notice inconsistencies the way other people notice smells or sounds. And this sign was an inconsistency. I had an impulse to take it, just to see, just to verify that it actually existed or that I'd somehow misread the sign, that my brain had glitched in the dawn fog and invented something that wasn't there. The exit came up faster than I expected. I signaled, even though there were no other cars, and moved into the right lane. The transition from highway to off-ramp was smooth, seamless, The asphalt was pristine. The road markings were fresh. Nothing about the exit felt makeshift or strange. It felt official. Real, maintained Meridian Road curved away from the highway, and almost immediately I was enclosed in a tunnel of trees. Tall pines, their branches reaching overhead, blocking out what little light the gray morning was providing. The asphalt here was even smoother than the highway, with no cracks, no worn patches, the kind of road that gets repaved regularly. But there were no houses. I drove for maybe 2 minutes, not far, a few miles at the speed I was traveling, and the road just continued straight ahead, bordered on both sides by dark trees. No driveways, no mailboxes, no indication that any human being lived anywhere on this road. The utility poles were there, though, old wooden poles spaced at regular intervals, running alongside the road like the ribs of some long animal. No wires, though. I noticed that in an odd, detached way. The poles had nothing attached to them. No power lines. No cables. Just the poles themselves, weathered gray, standing sentinel in the dark beneath the pines. The silence inside the car was complete except for the sound of the engine and the low hiss of the heater. My coffee was still steaming, perfectly warm. I hadn't hit any traffic. The road just kept going. The same straight line, the same darkness on both sides. I don't know why, but I felt the first small edge of something uncomfortable. Not quite fear, too early for that, and I'm not a person who frightens easily, but a kind of awareness that something was off, that I had stepped outside the normal parameters of my morning routine, and the world had noticed. I checked the GPS on my phone. The map showed the highway, my exit point, but Meridian Road itself didn't exist. The street names in the area didn't match what my phone was registering. I could see the blue dot that was me, but it was floating in a kind of digital void, unconnected to the road network my phone recognized. That was strange enough that I almost turned around immediately. But turning around meant making a 3-point turn on a road with no shoulder, and the road was so perfectly maintained, so obviously real beneath my tires, that I couldn't quite bring myself to believe the GPS was actually accurate. GPS had glitched before. Maps went out of date. Roads were built faster than navigation systems could update. I kept driving. The road went on. 5 minutes, then 10. No houses. No cross streets. No sign of any human activity except the road itself and those bare utility poles. The trees never varied. The straightness of the road never wavered. When I checked my odometer, I was moving at a steady 50 miles per hour, consuming distance at the rate I always did on the highway. But nothing was changing. I realized that my hands were gripping the wheel more tightly than usual. My coffee had stopped steaming. The interior of the car felt slightly too warm. I reached forward and adjusted the temperature down a degree or two, my movements deliberate and calm, fighting against the creeping sense that something was not quite right. The trees on my left suddenly opened up, and I could see something in the distance. A mailbox, maybe 300 yards from the road, standing alone at the edge of a small clearing. No house behind it, no fence, Just the mailbox, white with a red flag, looking exactly like the mailbox at the end of every residential street in America, utterly misplaced in this empty nowhere. I slowed down as I passed it, tried to see if there was a name on the side of the mailbox. Couldn't read it at this distance. I should have kept driving. I should have gone to the next driveway or intersection or turnoff, anything that would have confirmed that this road actually led somewhere, connected to the world I knew. Instead, I felt the sharp, almost physical need to get back to the highway. I didn't see a turn signal or a chance to turn around for another 2 miles. When I finally found a small road that seemed to lead back the way I'd come, I took it without hesitation. The trees closed in immediately. The road surface here was less perfect, older, with cracks at the edges and dark patches that might have been old repairs or simply age. Within a minute, I was back on the highway. The transition was strange. One moment I was on that dark, tree-bordered road, and the next I was merging back onto the interstate, the lanes suddenly full of morning traffic, commuters in their own vehicles moving with the unconscious choreography of a familiar route. The sky was slightly lighter now, not quite daylight, but definitely moving toward it. The switch from complete solitude to the crowded, mundane reality of rush hour was jarring in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I checked my exit number as I merged back in. Exit 47. The same exit. I had traveled forward in time. It was now 6:35, and I must have been on Meridian Road for almost 20 minutes, but I was back exactly where I'd left, as if the divergence had never happened. Except it had happened. The extra time on my clock confirmed it. I didn't take the exit to the office park. I continued on the highway past my turn, driving for another 20 minutes until I was close enough to home to safely pull over. I sat in a parking lot of a shopping center that was still dark and closed, and I opened Google Maps. I searched for Meridian Road. No results. I refined it, tried different spellings, tried searching by the coordinates of my phone during the drive. Nothing. The road didn't exist in any database. Not on Google Maps, not on the county assessor's website, not even on older satellite imagery I pulled up on my phone. The trees and the highway and the utility poles, all of it was just not there, or not recorded, or something in between that my mind was struggling to process. I was late to work. I called in, told them I'd be in after lunch. Something had come up. My manager didn't care. It wasn't the kind of job where a few hours made a difference. I sat in my car, watching the shopping center slowly come to life, and I tried to convince myself that I'd made a wrong turn, that I'd somehow gotten turned around in those dark trees and ended up back at the highway a different way, that my sense of time was unreliable. Maybe it was only 10 minutes, not 20. Maybe my watch was wrong. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what the road felt like. And I knew with absolute certainty that it didn't exist. By the time I drove home to shower and change, I had almost convinced myself it didn't matter. It was the kind of strange, unexplainable thing that happens sometimes. A glitch in perception. A trick of the tired morning brain. It would fade. Tomorrow I would take my normal exit to the office park, and everything would be fine. But that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the mailbox, the one standing alone at the edge of the clearing. No house, no name visible, just standing there, waiting for mail that would never arrive. I wanted to know what name was on it. I knew that wanting this was the beginning of something. I could feel it, the way you feel the first moment of a slight shift in your body before you realize you're getting sick. The sense that I had touched something, and now something was noticing my attention in return. The next morning I didn't change my route. I told myself I wouldn't look for the exit. I would take my normal turn, go to work, proceed with my day like a normal person. Routine, pattern, the groove worn deep enough that deviation was not possible. At 6:15 a.m., the sign was there again. Meridian Road, 1 mile. This time I saw it immediately. This time I was looking for it. And this time I had the terrible crystalline certainty that it would keep appearing, that something had learned the shape of my morning, and it was beginning to copy it. Not perfectly, just enough to let me know it was there. I took the exit before I could think too hard about what that meant. The trees were different this time. I noticed it before I'd even made the full turn onto Meridian Road. The morning light was hitting them at a different angle, or perhaps they were positioned differently along the shoulder. The stand of oaks and maples that had flanked the road yesterday now seemed denser on the left, sparser on the right. I could have sworn one of the larger oaks had been closer to the asphalt before. Now there was nearly 10 feet of grass between its trunk and the road's edge. My hands tightened on the wheel. It was early enough that the sky was still transitioning from gray to blue, that liminal time when the day hasn't quite committed to being real. A single truck passed me heading the opposite direction, its driver staring straight ahead. I tried to read the company name on the door but couldn't make it out. The truck was gone before I could properly focus on it. The road felt longer this morning. Not by much, maybe 2 or 3 minutes longer. But I'd timed the drive yesterday. I was certain of that. And yet my odometer told a different story than my sense of distance. The numbers didn't align with my memory. Everything looked correct. The curves were in the right places. The dips and rises matched my expectation. But something in the spacing of trees, in the frequency of fence posts, in the rhythm of the road itself had shifted. I passed the clearing. This time I was watching for it. The mailbox was still there, white, standing upright on its wooden post like some kind of monument to an address that didn't exist. As I drove past, I slowed deliberately, trying to catch any detail I'd missed before. A name, a number, something to anchor this place to reality. From this angle, I could see that the mailbox's red flag was down, the universal signal that no mail awaited collection. It had been down yesterday, too. Of course it had. There was no house here. No one lived here to receive mail. The flag would always be down, unless someone had lowered it intentionally. That thought arrived with a small spike of something electric in my chest. I forced it away. The flag was down because no mail had been placed in the box. Simple, logical, nothing more. I continued on, watching in my side mirror as the clearing receded. The mailbox grew smaller, then disappeared behind the trees. For a moment I could have sworn I saw something moving near it, a shape that resolved into nothing when I looked more directly. Probably a deer. They were common along roads like this. Early morning was their movement time. That was all. The shopping center appeared ahead, its parking lot familiar and ordinary. Cars were already filling the spaces near the anchor stores. Everything was normal. Real, the transition from that strange dead-end road to civilization felt like surfacing from water. I went to my office. I worked. I attended meetings where people talked about quarterly projections and vendor agreements. The hours passed in their usual rhythm. No one mentioned anything strange. No one seemed to notice that I was occasionally distracted, that I kept checking the time, that my attention kept drifting to the window. By the time I left work that afternoon, I had started to construct a narrative that made sense. I'd been tired that first morning. My perception had been unreliable. Today I'd simply gotten turned around. The road had felt longer because I was already anxious about it, already expecting it to be wrong. Anxiety does that. It makes time stretch. It makes distances feel wrong. It makes you notice details that aren't actually there. Reasonable, explainable, human, I took my normal route home, and I made a point of not thinking about the drive tomorrow morning. That night, I lay in bed and realized I'd made a mistake. A small one, but a mistake nonetheless. When I'd passed the mailbox this morning, I'd noticed the flag was down, but I hadn't actually checked whether the flag had been up or down yesterday. I couldn't remember. I'd been too disoriented, too unsettled by the existence of the road itself to register that detail, which meant the flag might have been down both times, which meant nothing had changed, which was good, but it also meant that I couldn't verify anything about my own observations. I couldn't trust my memory of the first drive well enough to know if the trees had actually shifted position. The spacing might be identical. The mailbox might have always been in exactly that spot. My perception might be the only thing changing, calibrating itself around something that was, in fact, completely ordinary. I found this thought less comforting than I'd expected. The next morning, I took the exit again. The sign appeared at the same distance, 1 mile out. It was precisely where it had been the previous day. Meridian Road. No exit number. Just that simple, plain, black on white announcement that a turn was coming. This time there was no truck heading the opposite direction. No other cars at all. The road was empty in both directions, the trees standing like a corridor I was meant to drive through. The forest was definitely denser now. I was almost certain of it. The understory, that's what it's called, the layer beneath the canopy, had thickened considerably. Smaller trees, brush, growth that shouldn't have developed overnight were now visible from the road. Or perhaps they'd always been there, and I was simply noticing them for the first time. The clearing appeared exactly where I expected it, but this time the mailbox was open. I saw it immediately, the small rectangular mouth of the mailbox gaping upward, the door hanging back on its hinges, as if someone had checked it recently, as if someone was expecting something. My foot came off the accelerator. The car slowed, almost of its own accord. I was still moving forward, still technically driving, but I was barely going 15 miles per hour now. Close enough to see the details. Close enough to confirm that, yes, the mailbox door was definitely open. The interior was dark, empty, but open. Someone had done that. Whether it had been open yesterday and I simply hadn't noticed, or whether it had opened at some point between yesterday's drive and today, I couldn't determine. I couldn't trust the precision of my own memory well enough to make that distinction. I accelerated slightly, my eyes fixed forward on the road ahead. Don't look back. Don't slow down. Don't do anything that might suggest you're paying attention. The moment I thought this, I realized how absurd it was. Paying attention to what? There was no one here. The road was empty. The clearing was empty except for the mailbox and its open door. By the time I reached the shopping center, I had convinced myself it had been open yesterday as well. I simply hadn't noticed. My memory was unreliable in the moment, filtered through anxiety and strangeness. This was the most probable explanation, but I knew I was lying to myself. That evening, I made a decision. Tomorrow morning, I would bring my phone. I would record the drive. Not intentionally, I wouldn't set up a camera or try to document anything obvious, but I would set the phone to record video, place it in the cup holder, and let it capture the entire journey. Then, in the evening, I could review the footage. I could check whether the trees had truly shifted. I could verify whether the mailbox had been open or closed. I could have an objective record of what had actually happened. This seemed like a good plan, a rational response. The kind of thing a person did when they were starting to doubt their own senses. I didn't ask myself why I needed this verification. I didn't question whether whatever was happening wanted me to record it. I simply made the plan, set my alarm, and waited for morning. The next day, I executed it perfectly. Phone in place. Video rolling. My hand steady on the wheel as I took the exit. The sign appeared right on schedule. Everything was routine and normal and exactly as it should be. I drove with careful attention, my mind cataloging details. The trees, the spacing, the fence posts, all of it going into the digital record. When I reached the clearing, I made a point of looking directly at the mailbox as I passed. The door was closed this time. The red flag was down. Everything was as it had been on my first morning drive through this impossible place. I continued on to the shopping center, worked through my day, came home. That evening, I transferred the video to my laptop. The file was corrupt. The video wouldn't play. The file showed a duration of 37 minutes instead of the 22 minutes the drive should have taken. When I tried to recover it, my computer gave me an error message I'd never seen before. The operating system didn't recognize the file format, even though it was clearly an MP4 recorded from my phone. I tried again on my phone itself. Same problem. Unreadable, inaccessible. I sat in my desk chair for a long time staring at the error message. The rational response would be to assume a technical glitch, a recording error, a problem with the phone itself. These things happened. Technology wasn't reliable. Everyone knew that. But the file size was enormous. larger than it should be for 37 minutes of video. Far larger, as if someone or something had filled those extra 15 minutes with something my computer couldn't understand. The next morning, I didn't take the exit. I told myself it was deliberate. A choice. I would drive past it, continue on the interstate, see if the roads ahead were normal. If they were, then I could conclude the problem was localized to that particular exit, that particular clearing, that particular stretch of impossible geography. But my hands knew better. As the sign approached, my grip tightened on the wheel. My foot eased off the accelerator without my conscious instruction. I was slowing down whether I wanted to or not. I forced the car to speed up, drove past the exit at 60 miles per hour. In my mirror, I watched the sign recede behind me. For 3 miles, I told myself I'd done the right thing. I was taking back control. I was not playing along with whatever this was. Then my phone rang. It was my workplace, my supervisor, asking where I was. I was late for a meeting that had been scheduled weeks in advance. How had I forgotten? It was a large meeting. Important. Several people were waiting for me. I looked at the dashboard clock. 8:47 a.m. The meeting had started 47 minutes ago. That was impossible. I had left my apartment at 7:30. I had driven straight without stopping. The drive to my office took 22 minutes normally, more if traffic was heavy. It was Thursday. Traffic was always heavy on Thursday mornings. I looked around me. I was on the interstate, still heading toward the city. The exit I'd avoided was long behind me. There was nothing wrong with my surroundings, nothing displaced or strange, just highway. Just morning light on asphalt and the distant shape of the city skyline ahead. I'm on my way, I said. You're on your way? My supervisor's voice carried the tight edge of someone whose patience had snapped clean. Alex, you were supposed to be here an hour ago. Where are you exactly? I gave her my location. She was quiet for a moment. You're not on a main route. Why are you on the interstate? That adds 20 minutes minimum. Why would you take that route to come in? I'm not sure, I said. And it was true. I couldn't remember making the decision to get on the interstate. I remembered leaving my apartment. I remembered the exit sign approaching. After that, the timeline fractured in my mind. Just get here, she said, and hung up. I took the next exit and doubled back. Found my way to the office through surface streets, my hands moving automatically on the wheel while my mind tried to assemble what had just happened. The lost time, the impossible routing, the phone call that meant I had somehow missed an hour despite being awake and driving the entire time. I made it to the office. I sat through the meeting, which had to be rescheduled anyway because I was late and information had already been discussed. My coworkers barely looked at me. My supervisor didn't make eye contact. No one asked where I'd been. It was the kind of dismissal that meant they'd already decided something was wrong with me. That evening, I sat in my apartment and thought about the exit. It had been trying to tell me something. When I'd attempted to avoid it, time had simply shifted, rearranged itself. I'd lost an hour. I'd ended up on roads I didn't consciously choose to drive. The next morning, I took the exit. I didn't try to fight it. I didn't try to document it or explain it away. I simply let my hands follow the familiar turning. Let the exit ramp carry me down into that strange, stretched landscape. The trees were in their usual positions. The fence posts marked their usual intervals. The mailbox appeared at the clearing right on schedule. This time, the door was open. It hung from its hinges at an angle that wasn't quite right, at an angle that seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at it. The red flag was up, though there had been no mail delivery that I knew of. The interior of the mailbox was dark, not empty. Dark, as if it contained an absence rather than a presence. I kept driving. I didn't slow down. I didn't turn around. I simply drove past it, and in my peripheral vision, I watched the dark interior recede behind me. The shopping center came into view. The drive had taken 19 minutes instead of 22. When I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed my gas gauge was lower than it should have been. Not slightly lower, significantly lower. As if I'd driven much farther than the distance from the exit to this location. That's when I realized something worse than the missing time or the strange roads or the mailbox that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. I realized I'd been on this drive for 3 weeks. Not 3 weeks of time passing in the outside world. 3 weeks of me making this same drive every single morning without any memory of the ones before. I became aware of it suddenly, like waking from a dream and remembering not just the dream itself, but also the dream before it, and the one before that stretching backward into a darkness I couldn't quite pierce. I had taken this exit before, many times, dozens of times. I couldn't remember a single one of them. But I knew, with a certainty that lived in my bones, that I had driven this route, followed this path, passed this mailbox on nearly every morning for the past 21 days. The knowledge sat in the back of my mind like a photograph I'd somehow never looked at directly. When I tried to confirm this, when I went home and looked at my apartment for evidence of 3 weeks passing, everything was exactly as I'd left it. My apartment was pristine, no accumulation of dishes or mail. My work hadn't fired me. My supervisor hadn't mentioned my consistent lateness in any dramatic way. No one at work had seemed to notice that I'd been showing up at random times, sometimes early, sometimes hours late. Except they had noticed. But they'd forgotten, the same way I had. It was written on their faces in the way they couldn't quite meet my eyes. It was in the careful distance they maintained. They knew something was wrong, but the wrongness had been smoothed over by time in a way that didn't quite make sense. I called my apartment complex. I asked them to check my recent package deliveries, my mail, anything that would give me a timestamp of how long I'd actually been living in my space. We don't have access to that information, the leasing office said. You could check your online account. I logged in. According to the system, I'd moved in today. According to the system, my lease start date was this morning. But I had lived in this apartment for 8 months. I knew my refrigerator contents. I knew the exact temperature the shower reached after 45 seconds. I knew which floorboard squeaked when you stepped on it wrong. I knew the history of this place the way you only know a place you've inhabited for actual time. I sat on my bed, the same bed that the system said I'd just acquired today. And I tried to understand what was happening to me. The only thing I knew with absolute certainty was this. Something had started the moment I took that exit. Something had changed the fundamental way the world was working. And every morning at 7:30 a.m., I would get in my car and take that same exit again. Because taking that exit was what I did. It was what I had always done. It was what I would always do. I didn't know how many times I'd made this drive. I couldn't count them. The memories wouldn't stay still in my head long enough to add them up. But tomorrow morning, when my alarm goes off, I'll get in my car. I'll drive to that exit. I'll pass the mailbox with its door hanging at that wrong angle. And I won't remember any of this. The worst part isn't the forgetting. It's knowing you'll forget. That night I sat at my kitchen table with every document I could find. Lease agreement, utility bills, a credit card statement from 6 months ago. I lined them up like evidence at a trial, like physical proof could anchor me to a timeline that made sense. The lease said today. The bill said ongoing. The credit card said I'd been eating dinner in this city long before this morning. I photographed everything, not just the documents, the apartment itself. I took pictures of the squeaky floorboard, the shower dial, the way morning light fell across my bedroom floor at exactly 6:47 a.m. I emailed them all to myself with the subject line, "Read this first thing." I sent myself messages, detailed messages. An entire email chain with myself as both sender and intended recipient, like I was trying to outwit my own mind. It felt absurd even as I did it. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark of my living room and waited for morning to come, and I thought about what I would find when it did. Would the emails still be there? Would they read like messages from a stranger? Would the timestamps make sense? Or would they just be more evidence of something broken in the architecture of my days? At 6:30 a.m., my alarm went off. I didn't turn it off. I sat in my bed and listened to it sound in the darkness. And I thought about not getting up, about staying here, about refusing to get in the car, refusing to take that exit, breaking whatever pattern had been established. But at 7:15, I was in my car. At 7:25, I was on the highway. At 7:31, I was passing the mailbox with its door hanging at that strange angle, and the memory the last 3 weeks was already beginning to feel like something I'd dreamed. Already the details were softening at their edges. Already I was forgetting the exact texture of the fear. But something stuck. Something small that refused to dissolve. When I got home that evening, I checked my email. The messages were there. All of them. Read them twice. Searching for their meaning the way you search a dream after waking. Looking for the logic that had made perfect sense at 3 a.m. but crumbles in daylight. The next morning, when I couldn't quite remember why I'd sent them to myself, I read them anyway, like a letter from an old friend I'd somehow lost touch with. That went on for a week. Each morning the emails felt like they were from someone else. Each night I'd add new ones, trying to document what was happening, trying to leave myself breadcrumbs. But the breadcrumbs didn't lead anywhere. They just accumulated. A paper trail that proved nothing except that something was wrong with the way time was moving through me. Then the emails started being deleted, not by me. I knew the difference between something you do and something that happens to you. I'd check my sent folder in the morning and find messages marked permanently deleted, and I didn't remember doing it. The deletion time was always the same, 2:47 a.m., like clockwork, like something waking up in the middle of the night and erasing evidence of itself. After the third time, I stopped sending them. What was the point of leaving messages for myself if something in me was going to go around destroying them? I called my doctor. I sat in the waiting room filling out forms, thinking about how to describe this. The words kept failing me. I couldn't say I'm losing time because I wasn't losing time. I was experiencing it normally, hour by hour, minute by minute. It was just that big chunks of it weren't connecting anymore. It was just that the day before yesterday didn't touch today at all. It was just that I couldn't trust my own memory to run in a straight line. The doctor asked if I was under stress, if anything had changed recently, if I'd been using any new medications or supplements, if I'd had any recent head injuries. The questions came in a sequence I'd probably heard before, if I could remember hearing it. I told him about the exit, about the mailbox, about the impossibility of my lease being renewed today when I'd already lived here for 8 months. He nodded. He made notes. He recommended I see a specialist, and he was very careful to use words like correlation and pattern and perception, and he was very careful not to use any word that would really explain what was happening. Sometimes our brains construct narratives that feel real, he said. Memory is more flexible than we like to think. It's possible that you've constructed a false memory of having lived here longer than you actually have. It's possible that the exit, the mailbox, these have become symbolic in your mind. They've become representations of something that's actually bothering you. I left that appointment and I didn't come back. Whatever was happening, it wasn't something a doctor could fix. It wasn't something that lived in the parts of my brain that medicine could reach. What I noticed in the following weeks was that the world was adapting to me, or I was adapting to the world. The line between the two had become unclear. My supervisor stopped asking me why I was late sometimes. My coworkers stopped finding my arrival times unusual. The leasing office, when I called again, told me my lease was up for renewal in 7 months, which was exactly right. When I asked about the discrepancy from before, the woman on the phone said, "I'm not sure what you mean. Your account has always shown that date." Had it? I wasn't sure anymore. I couldn't check. The emails were gone. The photographs were gone. Or they were there, but when I looked at them, I couldn't quite remember why I'd taken them. They seemed to be pictures of rooms that looked like my apartment, but the familiarity was fading. Rooms can start to feel like any other room if you don't quite trust your memory of them. The only thing that stayed solid was the drive itself. Every morning, my alarm goes off at 6:30. I get up, I shower, I get in my car. The drive is exactly 45 minutes long. The exit is where it always is. The mailbox is there with its door hanging at that angle that isn't quite a normal angle. And I pass it, and something in my chest unclenches slightly. The way it does when you reach a familiar place after a long time away, even though I can't remember how long it's been. Even though the familiar place is becoming more familiar than my own apartment, more real. I don't try to track it anymore. I don't leave myself notes. The thought of fighting this, of trying to prove to myself #additional middle section. Atmospheric expansion, the strangeness didn't announce itself. It arrived in whispers, in the slow erosion of the familiar into something that looked almost correct but felt profoundly wrong. It started with the light. Not all at once, never all at once. That's what made it bearable, I think. If the world had simply inverted one morning, if the route had metamorphosed completely, I would have stopped the car. I would have turned around. I would have done something. But the light changed in increments so small that my mind refused to register the shift. The way your eyes adjust to dimming without you noticing until suddenly you can't read anymore. On the fourth day, I noticed the quality of the afternoon had changed. The sun still rose in the east, or where I believed the east should be, but the light it cast was flatter somehow. Thinner, it moved across the windshield like old milk, without warmth or shadow. The trees alongside the highway, the ones I'd never truly paid attention to before, began to look like they were lit from beneath rather than above. Their undersides glowed with a pale, sickly luminescence that made their upper branches fade into a kind of negative space. I remember gripping the steering wheel harder, my palms damp, because the rational part of my mind knew that wasn't how light worked, but the rest of me, the part that just perceived the world directly, felt certain it was exactly right. The silence was worse than any sound. I'd never thought about the noise of my drive before. There had always been noise, I assumed. The engine, the tires on asphalt, the occasional distant traffic, the radio that I usually played too quietly to hear. But now there was nothing. Complete, suffocating nothing. When I turned the radio on, it didn't help. The music played. Technically, I could see the display, could hear the notes. But it sounded like it was coming from very far away, or through multiple walls, or from inside my own head, rather than from the speakers. The more I listened, the less certain I became about where it was originating. I eventually turned it off, preferring the true silence to that phantom sound. The road itself had developed a texture I couldn't explain. The asphalt looked normal from a distance. Standard highway, the kind you'd find anywhere. But as my car moved across it, I became aware of the subtlest variations in how the tires responded to the surface. Sometimes the ride felt slightly too smooth, so smooth that I wondered if I was actually driving or if the ground was moving beneath me. Other times, I'd feel tiny imperfections, barely perceptible stutters, as if the pavement was made of something that was trying very hard to be asphalt, but wasn't quite succeeding. I'd read once about the uncanny valley, how something that's almost right but not quite right triggers a deeper discomfort than something obviously wrong. The road had entered that territory. My hands were always cold now. Even with the heat on full, turned all the way up until the air felt like it was burning my throat, my hands remained cold. The steering wheel felt cold under my palms, and the cold was never the clean, clinical coldness of an unheated car. It was the kind of cold that seemed to emanate from something living, something aware. I'd find myself gripping the wheel tighter and tighter as the drive progressed, as if my hands might slip away from me if I didn't hold them there with intention. Time had become unreliable. The drive should have taken 40 minutes on my route. It always took 40 minutes. But somewhere in the second week, or was it the third? I realized I couldn't accurately estimate how long I'd been on the road. My odometer clicked forward. The mileage accumulated. But when I tried to calculate how much time had passed, based on speed and distance, the numbers wouldn't cohere. Sometimes I'd look at my watch and feel certain 20 minutes had elapsed, only to check again and find it had been 5. Other times the opposite. I'd glance down, certain only a few minutes had gone by, and discover an entire hour had vanished. The spaces between things became noticeable. There was the space between the edge of the highway and the screw blend beyond it. This border had always existed, I knew, but I'd never really seen it before. Now, I couldn't stop seeing it. The line between what was paved and what was wild became less a boundary and more a margin, a threshold that seemed to exist in more than 2 dimensions. Sometimes the grass beyond the shoulder appeared closer than it should have been. I'd see individual blades, could almost count them, even though they were at least 30 feet away. Other times the distance between road and wilderness seemed to stretch out into infinity, and the grass became abstract, merely a suggestion of green, a memory of green rather than the thing itself. My breathing had changed without my noticing. I became aware of it around the second week. My breath was shallower, faster. My body was responding to a threat it perceived, but I didn't consciously register. When I tried to breathe deeper, to calm myself, my lungs would tighten, and I'd find myself caught in a cycle of shallow breathing and rising panic. I'd crack the window then, let the strange air from outside enter the car, and that would help for a while. The air outside was also wrong, not cold or hot, but somehow texturally different from regular air. It moved against my face with a viscosity that reminded me of something I couldn't quite name, like moving through deep water, almost, but not quite. The car itself seemed to be changing, or perhaps I was just noticing its true nature for the first time. The interior had always smelled faintly of the previous owner's cologne. That scent had faded long ago, but its absence hadn't been replaced by the neutral nothing smell of an old car. Instead, there was something else, something organic and faint that I couldn't identify. Not unpleasant, precisely, just unfamiliar in a way that made the inside of my car feel like a place I'd never actually been. I'd turn my head and catch the scent on the upholstery, or rising up from the floor mats, and I'd feel that same uncanny dissonance. The car belonged to me. I'd owned it for 3 years, but the longer I spent inside it on these drives, the more it felt like I was traveling in someone else's vehicle, or something else's. The mirror had become a problem. The rearview mirror showed the road behind me, theoretically, but I'd stopped trusting what I saw in it. The highway visible in the mirror looked the same but felt different, less substantial somehow, like a photograph of a road rather than the actual road continuing behind me. And the sky in the mirror, the small rectangle of sky framed by the glass, was always slightly different in color from the sky I could see through the windshield. Dimmer, grayer. When I'd turn around physically to look out the back window, the landscape would match the windshield view. But looking in the mirror always showed me something slightly other. I stopped glancing at the mirror eventually. The occasional glimpse was enough to make me deeply uncomfortable, and I couldn't afford to be distracted while driving a road that was no longer quite real. The margins of my attention had begun to fray. Concentration required everything I had. Keeping the car centered in the lane demanded focus that felt almost superhuman. The road would seem to tilt at angles that made no physical sense, and I'd have to trust my hand on the wheel rather than my eyes. I couldn't focus on anything but the road for more than a few seconds before a kind of vertigo would set in, a sensation of falling despite moving horizontally. So I didn't turn on podcasts or audiobooks. I didn't attempt to distract myself. I simply drove and let the road take whatever attention I had left. There was nothing else anymore. Just the constant forward movement, the unchanging landscape that changed with every glance, and the absolute certainty that I couldn't stop. Not yet. Not while there were still streets that shouldn't exist, still paths that bent in directions that weren't supposed to be possible. Still some answer waiting at the end of this accumulating distance, that something strange is happening has started to feel like trying to fight sleep. Sometimes I think about not taking the exit. I'll be driving home from work and I'll see it coming up, and I'll think, this time I'll drive past it. This time I'll take a different route. This time I'll break the pattern. But I don't. Not because I can't, but because the closer I get to that moment, the less sense it makes. Why would I skip my exit? Why would I change my route? This is where I always go. This is the drive I take. This is home. 3 months have passed since the morning I became aware of something being wrong. I'm fairly certain it's been 3 months. The calendar says so. The seasons are shifting in a way that suggests time is moving forward in the normal way. But I can't quite hold the specifics in my head anymore. I can't quite remember when the awareness started, or what exactly made me so certain that something was wrong. There's just this feeling, very small and very quiet, that lives in the back of my mind, like a word on the tip of your tongue that you can't quite reach, like a dream you wake up from and immediately forget, but the feeling of it stays with you all day. It's the feeling of having lost something, or having forgotten something, or having had something forgotten about me. Every morning when I wake up, it's there for just a second, that small, insistent sense that something isn't right, that the world doesn't quite line up the way it should. And then I get in my car, and I take the exit, and somewhere around the mailbox, it starts to fade. Not completely, never completely, just enough that I can get through the day without it consuming me. Just enough that when the sun sets, I can almost believe that this is fine, that I'm fine, that whatever small wrongness lives in the corner of my awareness is just another feature of living in this world, just another thing you get used to, just another thing that, after a while, starts to feel normal. Sometimes I dream about the leasing office. In the dreams, I'm calling them, and they're telling me something important, but their voices are very far away, and I can't quite make out the words. They're trying to tell me when I moved in. They're trying to tell me something about the date, and I'm almost understanding them, almost reaching through the phone line to grab that single piece of information that would explain everything. But I always wake up before they finish, and by the time I'm conscious enough to remember the dream, it's already gone. All I have left is the sense of something almost remembered, fading fast, like a name on the tip of my tongue that I'll never quite say out loud. I have the feeling sometimes that I've had this dream before, many times, that I wake up and almost remember, and then I don't, and then the next night I wake up and almost remember again. But I'm probably just imagining that. I'm probably just letting one day bleed into another.